right, we're going to call the meeting to order, and our first item on the agenda is introduction. So I'm going to ask each of you to briefly talk about yourselves, your background, and what brought you to this board. What made you want to be a board? Oh, so in order to turn on your mic, there's a little face. And in the middle, you just press the face until the red light goes on, and when you see the red light on your mic, you'll know that you're live.
Was that? Yeah, that's on. Good morning, all. I'm Philip Allen, resident of Broward for 30 years, came from Ohio. Bachelor's degree in business administration from Ohio University, MBA from University of Akron. Worked 7 years in Akron, leaving as budget director. Went to Cleveland after the default. Served 6 years there as both budget director and then as finance director. Before I came here, I was CFO for Broward County for almost 20 years. And also did time about 7 years at Fort Everglades. did my time. The reason I'm here, looking for the opportunity to continue to be useful to the community. I have a very strong commitment to public service, as evidenced by almost 40 years in the business. I am retired. Enjoy being retired, but look forward to working with all of you to deal with the transportation issues of Broward County.
You got it?
Yeah, you got it.
My name is Consuelo Kelly. I've been a resident in Broward for about 13 years. I am a lawyer by training, Yale Law School. Don't hold the lawyer thing against me. I'm a lawyer in D.C., never took the Florida bar. I moved down to Florida about 15 years ago and sustained traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injuries in 2005 in Miami. I was working for the University of Miami, and I eventually, I was brought up to Broward for physical rehab and brain TBI therapy and all this wonderful stuff, and I loved Broward, calmer than Miami, and so I've been here about 13 years, and during that time I've been a paratransit rider, and I've seen a tremendous amount of change in terms of transportation in Broward. I did go on and get a doctorate in conflict analysis and resolution from Nova Southeastern University in 2014, and all I really learned is that people have a tremendous attachment to remaining in conflict. It's very difficult to get them to transcend the adversarial paradigm, you against me, us against them, that kind of thing. But so I'm very interested in how I've been working with Paul Strobus and Chris Walton in terms of transportation and paratransit in particular, and with the growing elderly and certainly in my case disabled population, also growing elderly. I want to help, and I think that from having been driven around all over the county at all hours, I get to do a lot of reading while I wait, but I see a lot of need and a lot of things that can help there, as well as infrastructure changes that maybe we can affect, flooding and all kinds of things. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
That is on. My name is Doug Kuhlman. Was born in Indiana, went to school at Michigan State. Graduated and came down here in 1968 and started with the EDSA, a land planning firm. Was here about 6 months, got drafted, spent a year in Virginia and a year in Vietnam. Came back and retired from EDSA after 42 years 2010. Have still been very active in some part-time stuff, but besides fishing, I enjoy getting up early in the morning sometimes, so when this opportunity came up, I'm interested in transportation. I also am co-chair of the Urban Corps, which we're very interested in the mobility of our downtown. But I was also thinking that the aesthetics of whatever we do with transportation can be important. And as a land planner, landscape architects, the aesthetics of what we do, I think, should be looked at and taken into consideration. Whether, in this case, I'm thinking outside of just cars and buses. It's more pedestrians, cyclists, maybe scooters, who knows? But I think we need to look at all forms of transportation, whether it's the water taxi or whatever, how they all tie together. So with my planning background and architecture, I think that's my interest anyway. So glad to be here. Morning.
Cynthia Chambers, been in Broward County almost 40 years. I started out, though, in Princeton, New Jersey, moved down here to go to the University of Miami, got a master's in politics and public affairs, and then I got a second master's in city and regional planning from Rutgers. Came back down here, worked as a private consultant for a few years, and then came to Broward County. And as Phil was saying, in public service for a long time. It's just part of what I've done. I've stayed out of it, however, for 3 years, having been retired since 2016. I was the director of Environmental Protection and Growth Management Department when I retired, but I started out here as a city planner and managed to survive and move up the food chain. Had a bunch of different jobs and worked in 6 or 7 different named divisions and departments, and totally enjoyed it. It was great. I think I'm hoping to add value to this group through my understanding of the planning process, both general planning as well as transportation planning. I'm also very interested in the changing demographics of Broward and how the transportation system might be molded to fit that, especially as we see the silver tsunami coming, of which I will be part. And I do a lot of volunteer work with elders, something very different from what I did in public service. And I see a tremendous need out there for people that are not paratransit eligible, but also maybe not fully capable of using our public transit system as it exists today. So that's my personal interest as a result of my volunteer work, but other than that, I'm here to serve.
Hi, I'm Allison Love. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. I started out my career here in Broward County back in '89. I was just thinking, gosh, that's a long time ago. I started with the city of Fort Lauderdale as an internal audit director. I then went up the food chain, using your term, to the assistant budget director, actually, for 6 years. After that, I became an assistant city manager in Fort Lauderdale and served my last year in Fort Lauderdale as the acting city manager once the city manager left, George Gretzis. I am now an assistant city manager for the city of Homestead, but prior to that, I was a deputy city manager for the city of Miramar, and I just stayed there about three and a half years. So I guess I was semi-retired, decided to go back to work for Miramar, and now, like I said, I'm an assistant city manager in Homestead. So my financial background, my administrative acumen, and then being part of the infancy stages of the transportation surtax and how it's implemented actually sparked my interest when I saw this opportunity. So I've applied, and I just look forward to helping to serve as a public servant. Ultimately, I have a passion for helping to make sure that we do what we need to as it relates to accountability for the public dollars.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthea Pennant, and I'm the District Director of Supplier Relations and Diversity at Broward College. I'm Jamaican born. but I've been living here for 36 years. I actually went to Broward College in my early years, but a graduate of FIU, my undergrad in public administration, my master's in criminal justice. I actually ended up teaching at FIU at some point, teaching criminal justice. I've been a public servant in Broward County for many years. In fact, I was the very first chair of the Small Business Economic Development Advisory Board and instrumental in the Sheltered Market Program. I also had, prior to that, I actually worked in the criminal justice system for 10 years as a probation and parole officer. And I then had my own small business consulting firm, which was during that time that I became a part of the Small Business Advisor Board. Had a radio show where I used that platform again to advocate for businesses. I've also served for 10 years in the nonprofit world. I was the director of fund development for Feeding South Florida, largest nonprofit for food in the state, and for Carrefour Supportive Housing. I've worked extensively with that population, at least serving those who are underserved. And now going back from social services to economic development at Broward College, working with businesses who are interested in contracting with us. I also serve on the board for the Broward Black Chamber of Commerce, Florida State, FSMSDC, Florida State Minority Development Council. My advocacy for small business is heartfelt. I believe over the years of serving the underserved population, both from the criminal justice side to those who have been without food and without housing, one of the things that's very clear to me is that people are not really looking for a handout. They really want to work. And so I feel very strongly in strengthening small businesses because they're the job creators. And so I was not one of the people who went through the other process. It was literally written into the ordinance. So I take my role here very seriously because I think the intention was to make sure that the 30% that we advocated for and the commission passed wholeheartedly is adhered to. We want to make sure that people in our underserved communities really get a chance to participate in this process. And so that's my advocacy, always for the small business and those who are underserved. And I am privileged and honored to be a part of this team. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shay Smith. I guess first and foremost, I'm a Broward resident and kind of homegrown in a sense, a native Floridian, and grew up here in Fort Lauderdale, went to the trifecta of Bennett and Sunrise and Fort Lauderdale High School. Flying L's, still don't know what that is, but born and bred. Went up to University of Florida, got my undergrad in accounting and my master's in accounting. Came back down and been at my firm for 16 years, the same firm, and went from staff to a partner in that firm, Berkowitz Pollock Brandt, which has been great. In terms of this role and why I'm here, I've done a lot of things in the community over the years and have a track record of community service and boards and so forth. And in recent years, I've made a turn towards transportation and transportation issues. And the reason is I really think we need improvements here. I think there's a lot we can do. I think this board is extremely well positioned to make some significant changes and oversee a legacy of change in Broward. Some of the themes that I hear from my fellow board members, I can relate to. For example, I'm on the board of Center for Independent Living, and I have in the back of my mind accessibility for all parties, the disabled especially. I mean, we need that in Broward. We need to improve our infrastructure so that everyone can have access to these systems. And I'm a product of Broward College, actually, back when it was BCC, and that really gave me a leg up getting into UF. So I think the local economy here in Broward is important, and I'm always been a fan of believing that transportation and improvements can be a driver for that and for business. It's something that we need to think about. There's a huge upside when we improve these things, even as far as tourism and all the rest of it. So I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to serve, and I'm excited for what we can do.
Good morning. My name is Alan Hooper. I want to thank Randall and your appointing authority for giving me the honor and opportunity to participate with you guys. It's great, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm a native from Fort Lauderdale, Broward County. I live on the same street I was born on, and I went to the Nova Public Schools. And being from the north section of Fort Lauderdale, taking a bus to Nova when I-95 ended at Sunrise Boulevard was pretty intense. Cutting through neighborhoods and working your way to school, taking about an hour and 15 up and back. And it was at a time when University Drive was cow pastures and orange citrus groves. And if you think about it, in such a short period of time, the entire county was built out. And my kids today go to university school in Davie, which is right next door to where I went to school. And both schools are 12 years. So you're dealing with traffic on a pretty regular basis. And to see what happens on the way out of town and on the way in, at 595 and I-95, it starts to really impress upon you on how important what Chris Walton and what the county administration does and tries to do to improve our lives when it comes to moving us. I'm a board member of the Downtown Development Authority. My business is I started with a tool belt and started a construction company, so I'm self-taught. And I became what I would call a redeveloper. We've gone to areas where development wasn't occurring, and as pioneers, and tried to actually improve and uplift the community by redeveloping areas that were blighted. And today, those areas aren't considered blighted anymore. And we will continue to do that. We also work in Tallahassee, but. And I just stepped off of the TMA, which is the community bus service for downtown Fort Lauderdale, and they had me as a chairman for way too long. They probably are happy I'm gone now. But it really taught you a lot about, because of who was on that board, there were county commissioners, city commissioners, FDOT, Tri-Rail. I mean, the folks that were on that board, and then Broward County Transit literally comes to every meeting, and so does the city of Fort Lauderdale. So you learn quite a bit about transportation and how complex and difficult it is. So, I'm really interested in being a part of this, and I think that we can really, that penny sales tax, this thing that we're doing was a huge, huge step up for us. And we have a major opportunity right now to take our county into another direction. And to improve the lives of so many people, because you take 15 or 20 minutes up and back off of somebody's commute, and all of a sudden you just picked up 30 to an hour a day for the rest of your life, or at least while you're working. And it's very important that we do this, and that we be very thoughtful in how we do it. And I'll say one more thing. When we were chasing that penny sales tax, I was a big advocate of it, and I became a bigger advocate when I saw the plan that the county had and that Chris Walton and you folks had put together, where it included not only transportation and buses, but it thought through planning. It tied transportation and planning together. And that's an important thing, because where we place people and where the transportation occurs is going to have a huge impact on how we flow through this county. So I'm looking very forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the honor to be on the board and to serve with you. My name is George Cavros. I'm a longtime Broward County resident. Came down here in 1994. I am a graduate of the University of Maryland. I have an accounting degree, and I have a JD from Nova Southeastern University. I have been active in Broward County in environmental matters, and have been practicing environmental law since about 2006. I've also, I currently work with a nonprofit that is focused on, at the state level, getting the rules and regulations right so we can transition it into a clean energy economy. That includes transportation as well, not just the utility sector. I have a record of public service here in Broward County. I've served on several boards and wanted to participate on this board again. Because I think what we're doing here, and a few folks have alluded to this is really huge. It's a real opportunity to move Broward County forward, but it's also going to have a lot of public scrutiny applied to it. And I think if we, are guided by the pole stars of equity and accessibility and cost effectiveness and environmental benefit, which is my area of expertise, I think, will be well served, and the county will be well served. So again, just thank you for the opportunity to serve on this board, and I look forward to working with everybody.
My name is Rocio Blanco Garcia. I'm an assistant county. My name is Rocio Blanco Garcia, and I'm an assistant county attorney with Broward County Attorney's Office, and I will be here today to assist with any ethical concerns that might arise as a result of your membership.
Good morning, Angela Wallace with the County Attorney's Office, and I will be probably the legal advisor to this body.
And I'm Gretchen Cassini. I work for county administration, and I will be your board coordinator. And at this time, I would very much like to ask the members of the appointing authority who have joined us here this morning to say a few words to you and welcome you.
Well, good morning and happy Valentine's Day. Randall Vitale, and I brought you some chocolate. So I work for Hoffman's Chocolates. I'm the president of Hoffman's Chocolates, and today's our busiest day of the year. And I'm happy to be here this morning very briefly just to welcome you on behalf of the appointing authority, and then run up to our factory store in Palm Beach and sell chocolate-covered strawberries all day. Listening to this group, a few of you that I've known and a few of you that I just know from paper, I can tell you that the appointing authority deserves a pat on the back. We did a great job. You all are so impressive, individually and collectively. I think you're the perfect group to do the job that is really critical for the community. As you know, the Oversight Board, your responsibility obviously is to the county, but more so it's the lens that the community is going to see how these funds are being spent. It was in the question on the ballot that there would be an Oversight Board. I personally believe that component shifted the vote of many people who weren't informed as to whether or not the plan would be a good plan, or if they vote for it or not vote for it. Knowing that there's an independent oversight board made people feel comfortable. So I would encourage you to do two things. One is to over-communicate externally. Not everyone's going to have the opportunity to sit in these board meetings, listen to the minutes, watch the video live. There'll be plenty of people do, but we're here to serve the other 2 million people here in Broward County. So over-communicate externally and be bold. Normally you step into a position where you are a new board member to an organization that has existed for 5 years or 50 years or 200 years. You're it. You are birthing this organization. So push the limits, challenge each other on what this group can do, what you can accomplish. You all have your respective disciplines, but collectively, really, you should be thinking, how as a group can we work together to be bold and push this forward? So many communities around the country wish they had $350 million a year to solve transportation issues. We do. You all are a vehicle for the community to make sure that it's being spent correctly and that you're over-communicating. So on behalf of the appointing authority, which Bertha was a member as well, we want to congratulate you and we want to wish you much success. And if we can help in any way, we'd love to do so. So good luck.
Good morning again. And first of all, I won't have to repeat anything that Randall said. It is a ditto. We're excited that we were able to assemble this group because you each bring a unique aspect to what it's all about to create the type of transparency and accountability that we're looking for. When the board included the as part of the transportation surtax question and oversight board, they did so with all sincerity. This wasn't something that, they just heard, hey, that might be good. They felt very strongly at $350 million a year that you needed to have that type of oversight, and you needed to have someone, a body like yourselves that will question and look at and make sure that what we've told the public we're about and what we're doing, that's in fact what we're doing. So today is probably going to be the most boring day that you have because they have I'll say the opportunity to just kind of get you sort of caught up to what local government's all about and then again, the transparency issues and so forth and how you communicate. But beyond that, after the day, you get to really talk to us. You get to really tell us in order for you to do your job and to do your job with you, where you're comfortable, what you need from this organization. We've started out with Ms. Cassini. Ms. Cassini was my point person on the transportation surtax. So she has been all over this county, up one place and down the other. Our county attorney representatives, but in particular, our lead attorney, they have joined us along the way. So they're not just here from a legal perspective, Ms. Wallace, and I want to get your but from the perspective of seeing and hearing from the community. The community was pretty vocal about what they wanted and what they felt was important. So you have an opportunity to make sure you tell us what you need to be comfortable, and we're here to make sure that that occurs, and that for the next 30 years, hopefully you're around for so long as long as you like to be, but people will wake up and see that a difference was actually made in our community with our efforts. Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is just an opportunity for you all to get to know each other a little bit more. I am one who feels relatively strongly that in order for you to do the job that you've been tasked with, that you're really going to have to create trust and have those relationships. And so obviously along the way there'll be retreats and other opportunities, but this is just a fun icebreaker, and I have to give Randall Vitale the credit because he actually did this icebreaker with me and several of my colleagues and an individual from the MPO when we very first started off embarking on the surtax effort for 2016. So in 2015, we came together, a group of people who didn't really know each other, and he showed us this, and I thought, what perfect icebreaker to use today, because that penny that's on your table has a date on it. And so that you didn't need a microscope to see it, I actually blew it up. And so on the back of the penny is the date. And what I'd like each of you to do is to tell us a little bit about what was happening in your life in that year. Any volunteers? Who wants to go first? Okay, so please tell us into the microphone, if you don't mind, since it's being recorded. Tell us what year you have. Recorded? Yes.
All right, then I'm not going to say anything.
Yes, just remember it's going to be on television. So if you were at Studio 54.
Oh. 79. Huh. Well, it says 1979. And when I first looked at it, I thought 1969, and in 69, was born and raised in Puerto Rico, so I would have been in ninth grade. That's how I always used to remember it. The year was also the year I was in school. But it says 79, and in 1979, I graduated from undergrad Yale. So I moved from Puerto Rico up to New Haven and Connecticut, and I was not prepared for winter. And I went there undergrad and then also law school. And so in 79, I would have been in my next to last year in law school, freezing my proverbial whatever off. And I think in the long run, happy to eventually move down to Florida, where being bilingual is very helpful and also nice and warm. So that's where I was.
All right. Oh, I think Allison Love beat you to it.
Go for it.
My year, 1986. So in 1986, I had a baby. Me and my husband. Which is good. I was 1 year into my marriage. I got married in May of '85 and brought our daughter home, my oldest daughter, Kia, and she was brought home on our 1 year anniversary. So I thought about 1986 from that perspective. I had graduated from undergraduate from Bethune-Cookman University. I'm from New York City and born and raised, but came down here on a scholarship. So, and met my husband in '84, married in '85, had a baby in '86. So a lot was going on during that time in my life. 1986, year to it.
Well, it was a great year for me. It was the year I was able to have
What year?
It was a great year, 2005. It was a great year for me. I became an empty nester. My youngest daughter left for the University of Florida, and I officially became a house divided with a Seminole daughter and a Gator, and I'm a Hurricane. So you can imagine that's a lot of fun. My daughters were luckily, my Gainesville daughter was lucky to go there when Tebow was in his prime, and my daughter was at FSU when they were doing great. So we've always been very interested in college football. So again, house divided with my kids going to various schools, and then me becoming an empty nester and becoming emancipated, free, and so it was a good year for me.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. I didn't know what I was.
I'll go. 1993. I was only 1 year old at the time. I'm kidding. Why are you laughing? You don't believe that? No, I'm kidding. I had my first child in 1992, and I stayed home with him for about 9 months. And so in 1993, I started working with Florida Department of Corrections as a parole officer. And it was the same year I started my master's degree at FIU. So it was a very busy year, but it was a great year. It was a great year. I was married. I'm single now, by the way, just in case. But it was a good year. Thank you.
2001. So when I think of 2001, it feels like a different world for me because I'm thinking back to just a different stage in life. I feel like a lot of things happened just after that. So in 2001, I was finishing graduate school at the University of Florida, And we, towards the end of the University of Florida, we all lived together in a house in what they called the student ghetto there, which is, they unofficially call it this. It's a bunch of old wood houses that are kind of fallen down, and you basically walk to school every day. And we moved down, the group of us together. We weren't ready to grow up yet. So four guys come back down to South Florida, rent another house down here. And this is just before starting to date my now wife and really growing up and that sort of thing. So it's when I think back at those times, it's, I didn't know where life would go. And then everything kind of progressed from there, really. And, I understand the house divided thing because, I was actually born in Tallahassee. So it's interesting going up to University of Florida and then coming back down and then, eventually going to UF and being born in Tallahassee. So both my parents went to FSU. So I can understand the house divided comment very well. 2001 was a good year, for sure. It was kind of a transitional year.
All right, I'm not quite sure what happened in 1990. I was in my 20s. And I probably inhaled. Whoa. So anyway, but I was wearing, for work, I was renovating like beat up condos and really doing hard work, tool belt, tools, but it led to who I am today. There was a lot of fun stuff going on. South Beach was just starting to happen, and the Clevelander and that boardwalk over there was just being built, so it was a lot of fun to go to South Beach. 1990 was not really, I wasn't focused on work that much, okay? I certainly wasn't thinking about transportation, I can tell you that. And so Fort Lauderdale, downtown Lauderdale was, it was pretty small. There wasn't much going on, but it was coming around, and there were fun things to do for someone who was my age. So, good time. 1990 was a pretty good time for me. Now look at me. I'm serious. I'm certainly not having as much fun, but whoever.
I'll go ahead, I guess. When you get to be my age, ages before 60 sort of get lost in the past. But my year is 1998. And as I recall, there was a certain political authority in Broward County that had a lot of scandals coming its way, including, the infamous golden rings. The citizens of Broward decided to do away with what was then the Port Everglades Authority and said, Broward County, you take over the responsibility for that. So the county administrator at that time looked around and he said, oh, Phil, you were in the Navy for 2 years, right? And I said, yes. He says, well, I want you to lead the transition of Port Everglades into a department of Broward County. That was an interesting couple years to make that transition, to take a group of employees at a fairly well-performing port and make it part of Broward County and integrate all the administrative, the financial, the planning functions of that authority, former authority, into Broward County. So I guess that's, from a professional perspective, that's what I remember 1998 to be.
There it is. So mine is 2013. My year is fairly recent, so I don't have any stories from college or anything like that I can share with you. But in 2013, I probably would have been in Tallahassee on behalf of my job and been before the Public Service Commission and probably spent a lot of time there. I also would have probably been chasing my 3-year-old around a lot, around the house and around the yard. And I believe that summer we also took a trip to Alaska. which if you haven't been is simply a magnificent place. And I'm an environmentalist, so that's what we do, right? We go off in the summer to these really obscure places, and they don't have a transportation issue there. They have about 4 highways in the whole state, and they're never crowded. Yeah, I think that's all I've got to share from 2013. Thanks.
Well, last one, I guess. I'm showing my age because I can't really remember exactly what I was doing in '82 because I had been married 3 years, second time. This year will be 40th with this, so hopefully there won't be a third or need for one. I had already spent 14 years at EDSA, and I'd already been a partner there for 8 of those. So I have trouble remembering exactly what I was doing, but I can put it in that context that I was still practicing. Last 14 years of a 42-year career happened in '82, and where I was is hard to say. But I never worked a day in my life until I had to put up with some of the administrative stuff. So I enjoyed what I'm doing, and I still enjoy practicing, and I'm looking forward to taking that worldwide experience to here. Thank you.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed that a little bit, and thank you for sharing. We're going to move into the really boring stuff, as Bertha said. This is an opportunity, I hope, and I'm joking when I say the really boring stuff, because that's what the lawyers are going to actually present later. This is pretty exciting. Teasing you. I would just like to share with you that I too am a product of Broward County. I was born and raised here. I went to Walker, then Sunrise, then Lauderdale. So yeah, you got 2 flying L's in the room, and 2 degrees from FSU and Wake Forest. But what really excites me is the opportunity that I've had at this county, because I too came up through the food chain, from a grant writer all the way up to county administration, and the opportunities that I've had to see this community transform and change in both good ways and not so good ways when I'm on the highway is something that I really am grateful for the opportunity to serve you, and I hope that I'm able to bring some of the experiences that I've had in developing the transportation surtax with many talented engineers and transportation planners throughout this community. And so the next probably hour, and I do want to bring to your attention that at 10:17, I am going to take a break. I'm actually going to take a break at 10:15 because we are going to have 17 minutes of silence. 17 seconds? Not minutes. So I'm going to try to get through as much of the early orientation as possible and then allow you all to take a break. Your role, I assume many of you have already taken a look at the ordinance and the statute, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. But again, just to reiterate, it's accountability and transparency. And the Oversight Board in the ordinance. Thank you. Good luck. Thanks for the chocolate. Enjoy the chocolate. I'm going to focus on the last sentence. No expenditure of transportation surtax proceeds may be made unless such expenditure has been approved by the Oversight Board. That's very important to us at the county and to our budget process, because that means that we're going to be very soon coming to you with proposed expenditures from the 2019 distribution of the surtax that you all are going to need to review and approve prior to us being able to include those in our 2020 budget process. So 4-year terms, you may be, as Bertha said, you may be here forever, so you can be appointed to successive consecutive terms. And while the ordinance specifically speaks to there not being any compensation, I did want to take the opportunity to tell you that we are going to be bringing back the administrative code, which is kind of the operationalization of the ordinance, where we're going to clarify the fact that if you all are traveling on oversight board business, that that obviously will be compensated. You'll be able to travel, hopefully, as soon as we get some funds appropriated. We'd like to take you to some other jurisdictions where they are doing very progressive, innovative, and exciting things. You all know what the composition is, but I just wanted to remind you that there are 8 of you that were appointed through the appointing authority process, and then, of course, Ms. Pennant, who was designated in the actual ordinance itself. We hope that we are able to provide you with sufficient staff to meet all of your needs and to perform your functions. We also intend to bring other county staff and individuals from the community to you to make presentations and to provide you with any information you need. The MPO is actually going to make a presentation to you later today. And I've invited the Florida Department of Transportation District 4 to come. Their representatives will be here in the afternoon to answer any questions you might have about their processes or how they will be integrated into the Surtax implementation. So just a little bit about how we got here. I know for some of you this may be information that you already know, but one of the reasons why the Board of County Commissioners felt that it was so important to put a full penny, 1%, on the 2018 ballot was because we were noticing some changes. Obviously, you all have seen this too. The median home price being $340,000 with a median income just a little bit over 64 means that the average person would have to make approximately $145,000 more than they do in order to qualify to purchase a $340,000 home. What we're seeing is a large percentage increase in rentals, and many of the individuals that are in our service sector, social services, are not able to afford the market rent, which is a little over $1,850. So I'm gonna have to. Okay, so how does that translate into a transportation initiative? Well, the average Broward household, even those that are barely able to meet their rent, and we receive a lot of calls at Broward County for people who are just barely getting by on minimum wage, working multiple jobs. They're still having to maintain 2-car households. And if you could get rid of 1 car, the national average is around $10,000 a year savings. It's even higher than that here in South Florida. So we know that a more robust transportation system changes the economics in a family. And when we went out and we talked to the community, consistently, the public was telling us that traffic congestion and synchronization was a problem. They needed us to prioritize that. Now, in this particular initiative, unlike the 2016 initiative, we heard a lot more, just in 2 years, from people about bike lanes and safer pedestrian crossings. It's really becoming a critical issue for many of our communities. Expanded greenways, open recreational pathways connected across the county is something that this particular plan includes, and many of our communities are prioritizing. Obviously, better public transit. For those folks who are transit dependent, having to wait 30 to 45 minutes between buses, again, the commute, some of the folks that contact me are doing a 2.5 to 3 hour commute on public transportation every single day on top of their jobs. It's a quality of life issue for those individuals. And then many of our communities are struggling with roadway flooding and drainage. So in 2016, I just want to give you how we got to 2018. So in 2016, we worked very closely with the cities, the business community, thank you, and the MPO. And after a lot of iterations, we came to two separate initiatives, one for infrastructure, one for transportation, both at a 0.5%. They were tied together so that both had to pass or both failed. And so while the transportation initiative was fairly successful, because the infrastructure was not, we were unable to implement. Our board let us know very quickly after that, in February, when they had their 2-day retreat, that it was their top priority for us to get this passed in 2018. So we set about building the plan, and our partners at FDOT were at the table with us and incredibly generous with their time and their consultants. We looked at every existing plan, including Broward Next. We looked at a long-range transportation plan, knowing that the MPO's 2040 plan was being updated. We looked at whatever we could, including the previous Surtax plans, and reviewed a lot of the assumptions that we had made in 2016 to make sure that they were accurate, and updated those. Did multiple costings. Actually had to bring in, after the wave fell apart, we had to bring in a second set of rail consultants, because a lot of the assumptions that we had made in the first round, a lot of the assumptions that we had made in the first plan were built around the wave being a reality. And once that was no longer on the table, we had to kind of go back to the drawing board, and there were a lot of issues that came up with the rail component of the plan as a result of that. We took the city projects that had been part of the 2016 infrastructure initiative that met the transportation requirements of the statute that were eligible under 212055, and we sent them out to all the cities and said, would you still like these projects? Would you like to put in new projects? And over the course of many months of working with our municipalities on what their priorities really were, because again, there were some changes to the makeup of some of those city commissions, and there were some changes to the priorities. And so our staff worked very closely with their planning staff. We came up with, I think, an incredibly good project-based plan. The state of Florida passed a bill in 2018 saying that every initiative that was related to raising sales tax, any of these surtaxes, would have to be audited by the state. And since nobody had done this before, we really did not know what that would entail. It was very, very intense process that occurred over the course of about 12 weeks and multiple site visits. But we were very happy because there were no material deficiencies in that audit, which was required to be posted to our website. We continued to accept municipal projects into September, and we finalized the entire plan in October and took it to our commission. Now, one of the things when we started the educational campaign that became blatantly a priority that we had not realized, that we had not heard previously when we'd been going out and doing polling, was exactly what I think Cynthia and Dr. Kelly brought up. The silver tsunami is a huge concern for a very large number of our residents. And they want to know, how is it that I'm going to be able to age in place? How will my quality of life continue to be what it is today when I'm no longer able to drive or not able to drive at night? And everywhere that I went, because we had a very robust speakers bureau that was primarily county staff, everywhere I went, people were asking the question about paratransit, about community shuttles, about microtransit options, whatever options we can come up with to make them be able to stay where they are. And in researching what we are up against, I was astonished. Look at that, the bottom right. The 80 to 84 population in the next 12 years is going to grow by more than 73% here in Broward County. And we have to be able to deal with that. The demand on our paratransit system today is exponentially growing. Every year for the last 2 budget cycles, transit has had to come back to the board to ask for additional money because even with a taxi pilot demonstration project that we put into place to try to ease some of the demand on our paratransit system, it's just growing and growing beyond anything that we could have expected. I was going to take you briefly through the website. And the reason I wanted to do that is because later I'm going to be asking you at the end of the agenda if you would like any changes to that website. At your next meeting, our public communications office is going to come and show you some branding and some logos and give you some opportunity to take ownership of how you would like to be perceived by the public. And right now, we have you listed on our Old Penny for Transportation website that we're trying to update. So I just wanted you to have an idea of what the layout of that was. So as you can see, we've updated it a great deal since the surtax passed. We still have the projects in your city, so people from the public can come here. They can see what's planned in their city, any news articles that come out, the financial plans that were audited and passed by the board, and here is the oversight. So they have the agenda, the presentation that's here, if you care to look at it later. A little brief bio for each of you. Any questions on that? Anything specific that you'd like to look at? I just wanted you to know that it was there.
Is there a contact space there or reference?
Is there, I'm sorry?
For people to contact?
Unfortunately, yes, that's me.
That's fine. That's good.
My direct number.
Okay.
Yes, just a question. When I tried to look at projects in the city, the maps were so small, I couldn't make it. I don't know whether I'm using my iPhone wrong.
I haven't looked at it in a little while, so let me make sure that it's working. And since Margaret is here, so which city would you like to look at?
See, there's no legend that I found.
The legend is right below it. And actually, because the legend was so small, in order to make it ADA accessible, we actually took each of these things down here and blew them up into bullets so that you have a narrative exactly what you're looking at. Okay?
Maybe it's just the iPhone, small screen.
So these are all the county projects, both transit and roadway. No, I'm sorry, this is just roadway. We broke it up into 3. Then you have a summary of the city projects. Each star represents a project that's planned in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And then you have our transit projects, okay?
Thank you.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
I have a question on those projects.
Of course.
Are those cities subject to sending changes, or is that list cast in stone?
Oh, no, no more so than our own list would be
Okay.
cast in stone, because we recognize that things change and priorities change, politics change. But what we have been asking, because the ordinance speaks to your role in approving the eligibility of projects and proposed expenditures, that if cities are interested in swapping projects out right now, because our financial plans have been published and they were audited, they need to swap. So it needs to be dollar for dollar. So if they have a $30 million project that they no longer want, they could submit three $10 million projects. But the bottom line finances need to add up. So that's been the only limitations that we've given to them thus far.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this point? I don't want to go too fast. I do tend to fly through.
Well, one quick question. So
Sure.
when you mention that in terms of the swapping and the amount that's there, that's per year?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So we're dealing with this on a per year basis.
Right, okay, that's what I
Yes.
thought. Okay, thank you.
And
Well, actually, let me clarify that. And I want, so the total amount was given to cities, but because we weren't exactly certain about whether our revenue forecasts were correct, we don't know the annual amount yet. So
Okay.
each city has a 30-year amount that they submitted, let's say, 400 projects, and they have $500 million worth of projects. If they want to swap those projects out, they can, but it still has to total $500 million for that city. And then, now that you have been seated, now we can do a kind of a year-by-year allocation for ourselves and the cities that we would bring to you. Our goal, I'm going to get to it, but our goal is to do 5- and 10-year plans that you will see, that you will be able to approve conceptually for that 5- and 10-year period, and then be able to come back and do annual appropriations requests.
So that 500 million that you're talking about is a 30-year.
Correct.
Okay, so in terms of annually, we have to go from 30, 10 to 5 to 1. Soon, right? Really soon?
Soon.
Like, okay.
Very soon.
Uh-huh.
Well, actually, what will happen first will just be expenditures. And I'm getting way ahead of myself on the presentation, but that's okay, because the first thing that you will be looking at is proposed expenditures, because there are no projects in this year. It's all design and planning and people. We have to stand up the actual plan. And then in 2020, it would be, that's when you would start seeing projects and 5- and 10-year plans of projects. So that, yes.
I have a question. Sorry. How are the projects and the expenditures prioritized? Is it based on per capita or
No.
need? How is that
We'll
being
get there.
determined?
We'll get
Okay.
there. That's a long conversation.
Okay.
But while there are not projects to approve at this point in time, then you're asking us, you will be asking us to approve disbursements of funds that are coming in during the first year. There is a requirement under the ordinance for an annual audit. Now, in the first year of the surtax, which is this year, it's a January through December audit, and that'll have to be accomplished early, within 90 days of the end of the calendar year next year. So there's going to be a need for an auditing firm to be retained, either the county's existing firm as part of a amendment to their
Already
scope
done.
of their audit, or hiring an accounting firm, right? So, I mean, that is one of the administrative things we're going to have to be about pretty soon.
We've already done it, Phil.
Oh, okay.
It's already done. We're on it. What we did is an amendment to our existing agreement with our auditing
scope
firm.
has changed.
Yeah, the scope to include this program, okay?
But now, the county's on a September 30 fiscal year, and we're going to be on a January, December year.
Yeah, that's a very good calendar.
No, we're going to use the fiscal. So the money comes in on a calendar year, but we're going to be using the fiscal year.
So up to September, and then, is it September?
Right. Because the Board of County Commissioners has to actually budget and appropriate the funds. So while we'll go over later the prioritization process, and then once they're prioritized, they get presented to this body to review for compliance with the ordinance, and all of this has to fold into the budget process. And it will be from October 1 through September 30 of each year. The county's fiscal year is the way the funds will work. And so it will be part of the county's countywide audit where, all it.
The single audit.
The single audit will be part of the single audit that includes all the other local governments that are funded through the county.
So this first year will be a partial year.
Partial year, and the money that is collected, that comes in revenue-wise from October 1 to the rest of the calendar year, is we deal with as a projection, or it gets carried over into the
It's part of the
following?
fiscal year process. So the fiscal year starts
I understand
October
what you're
1.
Right.
The tax started, the
January.
assessment started January 1, and so we'll have a partial year,
Only this year.
January 1
Right.
through September 30th, that the funds will be collected, and the budgets that you will approve for, the projects that you will approve for, or expenditures for inclusion in the budget year that will start October 1 of 19, which is the 20 fiscal year, will be reviewed leading up to that process. And then after, from October 1 through September 20 of the following year, that's the next budget cycle, next fiscal year. That makes sense?
We have Norm Foster, our Office of Management and Budget Director, here in the room. So if you'd like, I can have him come to the table and you can ask him specific questions about the budgeting process. Perhaps when we get through the first part of the presentation, would that be helpful? Okay. So, Norm, don't go anywhere.
Excuse me. You talked about the cities would have the opportunity to do a swap. I think that's the word you used. Is that through a mechanism? So how would that happen, and how are they aware of that methodology?
We've been communicating pretty regularly with the cities, both directly in emails to city managers and also through BCCMA and the League of Cities. Throughout the process, throughout the actual development of the plan, we talked about the fact that until you all were seated and we had a mechanism to actually approve expenditures, and until the MPO ILA with the county is done that allows for the prioritization of projects, that the projects that were in the plan were approved. They were considered eligible and they were considered approved, right? If you wanted to swap a project out, we needed to make sure that it was eligible, right? And we also needed to keep the financials at the same amount, at the totals. So every time a city contacts us, we just reiterate that at this point in the process, until the MPO ILA is done and they have an application process to go through, they can just swap projects out once we've determined they're eligible. And that's the only mechanism that we have at this point for them. There will be another mechanism coming. I'm just saying that's kind of the limitation that we're working inside of right now. One of the questions that was asked was, how are they prioritized? Well, currently, the only prioritization that's contemplated is in the ordinance and in the interlocal agreements that the counties, the cities, and the MPO entered into back in September of 2018. And that is congestion relief alleviating congestion and enhancing connectivity. Those are the current priorities. And I believe that the MPO interlocal agreement with the county is pretty clear that that would continue to be the priorities. I mean, those are the things that we will be looking at when determining which municipal projects would go first. Can they alleviate congestion? Can they enhance connectivity? That's the bottom there. There's also funding in the plan every single year with an escalator to be able to embrace and implement new technologies. And those are technologies that we know about and technologies that we don't yet know about, so that we are creating the smart county. We've looked at a lot of the smart cities, and certainly our commissioners were very interested in trying to bring the newest possible technologies to this community. I wanted to alert you all that we are in the process of developing a grant application right now to do an autonomous demonstration project here as a result of getting this Surtax, so we're excited about that. So some of the program issues that we're dealing with right now, I just wanted to make you aware that we're trying to reconcile the projects that were submitted to both the Metropolitan Planning Organization as part of their long-range planning process, which is called MTP 2045, and they'll be talking with you about that later on today. And then also to the county as part of a transportation surtax project. So we have to cross-reference because there are quite a few cities that submitted projects in both places. And so we just need to make sure that before we bring you anything that we've done a reconciliation of that. We are in the process of reorganizing our county structure to be able to appropriately support the mobility advancement program. So we are trying, and we've been talking about this for quite a while, if the surtax passed, there would be a need for co-location of program services, transit, public works, and a lot of other innovation coming together. Right now we have planning that's happening kind of in silos and trying to bring all of those planners together. And of course, we've had many municipalities reach out to us with concerns about whether or not any of their rehabilitation and maintenance projects would ever rise to the level of being funded in any given year, because they would not necessarily improve connectivity or alleviate congestion. So we're trying to figure out how best to deal with the 205 city projects that are in the plan that are rehabilitation and maintenance. Okay. I think this clock is a little slow, so I'm going to go ahead and stop here. We're going to take about a 10-minute break if you all need to use the restroom or anything like that, and while we are going to have a moment of silence. But it's going to go on. It'll happen.
What time is it really? Because I.
It's 10:15. That's going to happen until 7. So it's 10:15. 2 minutes. So in keeping with a lot of the questions that you all have already started asking, and they're great questions, and they're the same questions that we are grappling with on a daily basis, we have heard throughout the development of the plan that in order to be competitive with places like LA Metro and even, closer to us, Hillsborough, who just also passed a 1 penny transportation sales tax, we need to start looking at how to attract contractors and build up our CVE capacity in this community to be able to deliver these projects efficiently. And that one of the issues would be, if we try to deliver thousands and thousands of projects without a coordinated delivery methodology, we just don't have the capacity in this community. So we've been looking for about the last 6 months, even before this surtax passed, at a corridor delivery model. That would help us attract bigger firms, and it would create a great deal of efficiency in the delivery of those projects, including some of the city projects that are contemplated along those corridors. And our amazing internal staff, I just cannot say enough. None of this, the plan, the website, the GIS mapping, the videos, none of that could get done if it were left up to me, because I have no talent in that area. So a person like Lenny Villalpando has to be on your team in order to be able to do the type of really interesting visual depictions that we took out to the community to sell this and educate. And right now, this is the next step. So he's going to show off our corridor GIS maps.
All right. So basically, thanks for having me. It's really nice to play even a small part in this huge endeavor that you guys are undertaking. And one of the things that we want to be able to do is provide data visualization and data analytics, data analysis, basically provide ways in which we can spatially conceptualize and visualize what's happening and how things are working. And so to that end, we've created these story maps that you guys can use, and this will be beginning of many types of interactive ways in which hopefully you'll be able to look at the data. This is just an overview of the county here. And the way that these work is if you scroll down on this side, it moves through the story, and if you scroll on this side, you can zoom in and out of things and basically get a better picture on it. You'll see this legend quite a bit, this symbology here. I know it's hard to read, but the paper maps, all the visual data, any of these story maps will use the same types of symbology, and each project will, so hopefully over time it'll start to make more sense, but like the diamonds will be a greenway. And so if you look at the corridors here, and we just sort of start with Atlantic and we sort of zoom in, this is the entire Atlantic corridor, and you'll see some of the symbology here. And then as we scroll down, it basically will take you through the various parts of the corridor. If you click on the little symbols, it'll tell you the project cost and what it is. If you look at these little, fiber optic networks, you can kind of just move around yourself if you want. You'll see the little city projects, whose jurisdiction it is, what they're doing, how much money, the projected years. So all this is in here, and it just sort of takes you through each corridor again. Here's the commercial corridor. You get a nice overview of where the projects and how they're spatially related. And you'll see a ton of city projects over here. Those are the little green stars there. As you zoom in, it just basically takes you through the corridor from west to east. So now we're just moving through the central part of the corridor again. You can kind of see, if you click on things, there's some bike lanes, there's, some lighting project, here's some new sidewalks. And then if you go here, we see a ton of city projects. Some new street lighting, this neighborhood here is a resurfacing of some roads. Again, we moved to Oakland Park Boulevard corridor. You'll see some basics, it's 13.6 miles. The 8,870 acres is basically if you go a quarter mile on either side of the corridor, which is typically considered walkable. So that's the shading that you'll see here is, so you've got the main corridor, and then you've got sort of the walkable radius of projects that would be proximate to that corridor. And then again, we're moving from west to east. As we scroll, you can zoom in and out, but if we scroll down, it sort of resets you back to where you were. You see this big green swath here, if I can click on it. It's a big greenway. You typically see those. Again, more city projects. This is some more sidewalks. And then again, this is the far eastern side. These little purple guys are drainage replacements. And now we're at Griffin Road. Here's again the overview of it. And I'll just kind of, walk you through, but you should have access to be able to see things like this. The goal is for people to be able to get a sense of where projects are, how they can try to find their house or their neighborhood, that sort of thing. see the, you know, the extent of the project. So hopefully the symbology will start making sense, but here's a climate resiliency improvement project. And this is the, you know, estimated cost of that improvement. And then now, you know, here's Sheridan. So I'll kind of zoom out a little bit. You can see the whole length of the corridor and the projects. Again, this is a big one, 19.8 miles, 13,000 acres. And, you know, we just sort of walk through. This will be the beginning of many. One of the things we try to do is sort of do like a map book and kind of let you know, here's the things that you have available to you. And if you have, you know, questions, or if you think, you know, it would be nice to see this or that, you know, you can let us know. We'll see if, you know, if it's something that we can do. We're going to try to do some 3D visualizations as well as part of this. And just to give you a sense of where the corridors are, and, you know, throughout the day, or, you know, your meetings, if you want to poke around and see what they are, this is what it looks like. And that's it. If you have any questions or anything, I'd be happy to answer them. Hi, Cynthia.
Okay. Hi, Lenny.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Okay. Could you start up, if you didn't say already, who picked the corridors? How did they get selected? The second question I have is, will there be overlays or things that will show other funded transportation projects in relation to these Surtax? These are only Surtax projects, correct?
Right, so this is the Surtax projects, the city projects, all in sort of like the corridor format, just highlighting the projects that are within those corridors. There are other maps that show all the Surtax projects. We have not, this is like something that we did in a fairly short period of time. But yeah, we have a plethora of data and many, many more data points that we'd like to collect and provide information about. Yes?
We have the FDOT projects already in a legend. It's just going to be the next layer. These are intended to be layered, so there's going to be multiple layers that you can look at, city projects only, road projects only. The way that we had it on the Penny for Transportation website was you could select any type of project you wanted to look at, but you will see the FDOT projects that are happening. The way that they were selected was Public Works took a look at F-rated roads, areas where there were already FDOT projects planned in the 5-year work plan, where we had a lot of large city projects that had been requested in the corridors. And obviously we focused a lot on east-west, alleviating congestion, improving connectivity from the east-west and the north-south corridors.
Okay.
Right, and as far as layers go, I mean, you know, obviously we could load this up with all kinds of information, and one of the things that we were looking at working with is just story mapping each project separately so that you weren't overwhelmed with lots of data, but we can create visualizations that include, like, you know, bus rapid transit and other types of things that already exist. We're trying to keep it simple and make it so that you could focus in on one thing with each individual story map.
So you've actually graphically categorized all these city, county, all these projects. And my next question is, have they been costed out? And the last question is, based on the taxes coming in, are they all possible or not, or is that too big of a question?
It's not too big of a question. It's a very fair question. Obviously, there are some projects that have a better cost estimate because we've done some design. You know, we have a very good idea of what that project will cost in 2022. When you're looking at doing a project in 2042, you have a lot less understanding of what the project is going to cost, or even if the same technology is going to be needed. But every project that you see in the plan fits into the expected revenue. So we would not have put anything in the plan and taken it to the voters that we did not believe we had the financial resources to deliver.
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll see in here, just if you look, I sort of highlighted it for you in this particular story map, if you click on a project, it does give you whatever that cost estimate was. However good that cost estimate might have been done is, up for debate, but it is in there.
I have a question. Regarding the cost estimate, I wanted to find out, has there been any thought with respect to the 30% set aside that the commission voted on? Because I know some of this work may have been done well before, but I just want to make sure that for each of the cities that they understand that their 30% is a contribution towards the overall goal of 30% for small businesses.
So the CBE goals are included as part of the solicitation when the project actually is put out for bid or for proposals when the RFP is done. So our agreements with municipalities will include a requirement that the work that is done utilizing Surtax proceeds will have to include the 30% CBE goal. Now, there's a limit, and that's reflected in our CBE ordinance. So there are some projects, if they are funded with other funding, such as federal funding or state funding, there are prohibitions against putting local goals on the other funding sources. So to the extent that a project combines funding, then the 30% CBE would not be applicable to that project. But for all that are funded solely with county funds, with county surtax funds, the CBE requirement will be included in the agreement with the contractor. That's if the contractor is doing work directly for the county, or with the municipality, and then the municipality would contract to have whatever work they're having done if they're going to do it themselves.
Question on the analytics. You're detailing here the inputs. You're spending dollars, you're building a project, but are you capturing the data relative to what that means when it's completed as to the objectives of improving or relieving congestion, i.e., what's the travel time from X to Y before and after the project? I think because that's our goal, is not to necessarily spend $350 million a year. It is to improve the congestion or relieve the congestion. So have we captured that kind of information that we can measure today against as these projects are completed?
So the more people that have their mics on, that's why you're getting the feedback. I think if like only 2 people have it, usually you won't hear that. So yes, the whole point of this, I think, is to use data to make better decisions, right? And to leverage technology to make sure that that we are able to answer those questions. And to that end, a big part of this would be rolling out various mechanisms of data collection to be able to quantify mobility scores or measures of mobility now and then mobility after the project is done, both in travel times, in vehicle miles traveled, vehicle delay miles, the understanding the impacts of Uber and Lyft and ride sharing on those times, as well as benefits that we achieve through these projects. One of the things that we'd like to do is partner with Waze and get their origin and destination information, as well as their average travel time information, compare that with the information that we get from our traffic signalization system, as well as some other sensors that we can deploy. And then, yes, really look at these projects both before and after, and then provide that information to you, because hopefully over time, as you have more data and we have a better understanding, it'll help you make decisions about what you think is appropriate and where we should be focusing. And we can start to say, that project for these reasons was very good, and this one maybe could have been better. And so that type of information, yes, will be central to this. One of the goals is to create a county brain, for lack of a better word, so that this kind of data can be at our fingertips, so that we are collecting it appropriately, managing it. We're going to be crunching a lot of numbers and hopefully providing a lot of ways for you to visualize those numbers. So yes.
Go ahead, question. Can I? So kind of to follow up on what Doug and Phil were talking about, and I know putting all this together was probably an incredible lift. But from a construction standpoint, we look at things in sequencing and taking the analytics and saying, okay, phase one is going to resolve these issues. Oh, and by the way, while we're doing this, and I'm sure you guys are smarter than I am, we're going to drop the technology into the ground. The fiber's going in the ground at the same time. So, but for us to look at something like this, it would be interesting to understand what sequencing buckets they fall in, whether that's this year, 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year. Where are they falling in the priority list and in the timing and scheduling list of it? Because then that helps with the analytics, because the priorities might be driven by how are we affecting traffic or technology or the pedestrian's experience. So I think if that were clearer for us, it would help. But that I understand. We're just jumping into this pool, and it's going to take a little while to figure out how to swim. But that's something from my perspective. I always look at things from a scheduling standpoint, and then from doing phase construction, we look at it also in sequencing so we're not tripping over each other.
Yes, very good point.
These are the Surtax projects. My question has to do, and you mentioned earlier, coordination with the MPO. Because prior to this happening, I understand things were going from cities through the MPO. How are we going to make sure I don't have two things going on at the same time that are either conflicting or whatever. So how are we working with that?
So the very next slide is our opportunity to have a conversation about that. So good timing.
Which
We
slide were you on?
We know, and we always anticipated that municipal projects other than the community shuttle program, which we manage at the county, would not be funded in 2019. Because the MPO has to have the time and be able to staff up to do a prioritization process. When the prioritization process of the municipal projects is done, which is one of the reasons why all we can bring to you right now are the things that we intend to with more information, create more robust maps, models, analytics. Every single project is going to have performance measures attached to it, because that's the only way that we are going to be able to report to the public. But until the MPO and the county resolve the interlocal agreement, and the MPO has the opportunity to evaluate the municipal projects and bring them to us to recommend these are the projects, then we have to work through how to fit those projects into 5- and 10-year plans. So that, to answer Alan's question, you understand if we're doing a phased project, which obviously all of these would be phased projects on major corridors, which city projects are fitting in, how is that working with FDOT, how are we coordinating if we're all putting down fiber, and that is probably not something that we're going to be bringing to you in the next 9 months. That's going to take time to develop.
No, but it's going.
But it
going
is
to
going to
happen.
happen. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Actually had more of a question for the maps gentleman, but he exited stage left. But that's okay. I'll just bring this up in general. I know you guys are versed in this, but I was curious if there's a way to access that data surrounding walking, biking, and just other modes of transportation. I mean, even what we're seeing now with the scooters, because I think it's important as we go forward. We talk about connectivity and congestion. If we can take one car off the road, as we mentioned, or even two, and people start living more close to the urban environment, and they're out there and they decide they can just get to work on their bike or walk or whatever the case, even part of the year, that has a big impact. So, I don't want to think about these things only in terms of cars. It's fine to see the corridors, and I understand we need to move more people quickly, but at the same time, we're never going to keep pace with the population that way. You can't just make bigger and bigger roads. So I would just want to make sure that we're also looking at the interconnectivity on a smaller scale, because that becomes quite large when you expand it out to the county, and people can, get around and, using other means. So from a map perspective, I was just curious if there was a way to click on and say, hey, you can connect these two greenways this way or whatever the case. Because something I hear a lot out in the community when I'm talking about, you know, bicycles and doing some of the advocacy that I do is people say, well, you put in these great, you know, improvements, but I don't know how they connect to anything. And someone like me who grew up here, I do know how they connect. And it is actually all kind of connected. It's just not official yet. So meaning if you look in Fort Lauderdale off of 13th and it narrows and it's green and then it kind of disappears and people just say, well, like, where do I go from here? Well, you have to use the back neighborhoods and there is a way to connect all that up. But this is a very common misperception. So I think with what we're doing, we really need to look at that because we have so much there and it's great, but until it connects, people aren't going to see it for what I see it, you know, as the future. So
Just for the benefit of all of you, that those corridors are not being widened. We are not trying to move vehicles only. We are looking at every mode of transportation. This is a mobility advancement program. And so one of the elements of the plan is connecting all of the greenways. One of the ways that a municipal or county project will move up in the prioritization and the ranking will be exactly what you're saying, where cities are doing bike lane and sidewalk projects together. And several of them have submitted projects so that, you know, you don't have a bike lane that just ends at a municipal boundary. So we are very sensitive that we want to see every mode of transportation accommodated with this, in this plan. Absolutely.
That goes to the question I was asking earlier, is that will that information be available in these layers? Do you know, are they going to put that out there for us?
They're actually in the layers now.
Okay.
I
haven't
we
looked
didn't
at
want
it,
to
so-
spend.
That's fine.
Because we know that this is a long day, but the next time, once you all have had the opportunity to finish your orientation and organize yourselves, it's our intention to bring you back whatever presentations you would like to see with the level of detail that's being requested. So it's absolutely our intention as you continue to meet that we're able to answer these questions for you visually and walk you through, you know, down in the weeds. If you want to get down in the weeds, that's perfectly fine. That's what we're here for.
Just one question. There are a couple of projects on the map dealing with climate resiliency, and I was wondering how climate resiliency is taken into consideration in all the projects.
The answer to that is very carefully, because the statute expressly states which projects are eligible. And the role of the Oversight Board is to ensure that the projects that we are contemplating doing are eligible under the statute. So we took the most narrow and conservative view of what a climate resiliency project that's related to transportation would be. And so if it is not connected directly to an eligible transportation project as defined in the statute, it was removed. Now, many roadway drainage projects are obviously in this plan, and they're eligible. And climate resiliency includes many of the bridges. So when we're elevating roads, when we are dealing with roadway drainage, those are listed as climate resiliency projects, but they are roadway drainage projects.
Yeah, so I'm just assuming when the cities proposed these projects that they, you know, took climate resiliency into consideration. But there's no way to know that, I guess, without digging deeper into these each project.
Yes, that's a fair assumption. I was going to invite Mr. Foster to come to the table to answer any questions that you might have about the planned process, which we are still developing. It is in its nascent stages, but how we would see our budget process interacting with the Oversight Board. Norm, do you want to?
I'm Norman Foster with the Management and Budget Office. I think what was described earlier is the basic process that we're trying to refine as we go through, especially with this first year. So this first year will be kind of a partial year. And I think our thought was we will try and fold this process that you're involved in into the county's annual budget process. As you probably all know, the tax itself is collected by the state. So the state will be remitting funds to us, I think, starting this April, because people had to actually start paying on January 1st in stores and stuff. So as the revenue estimate, we have a revenue estimate that came with from the state for this first part year. And that'll be the funds we'll kind of be working with in the next few months. But I think our intent is to fold it into the annual county budgeting process, since the commission has to make the appropriations that result from the projects that you're all discussing.
I have a question about that process of money coming from the states to the county. I hope we don't have a Sadowski problem. They can't raid this, correct?
I think
we may have Sadowski monies for the first time ever in 10 years, but all of them. But that's one. And then two, it gets to the county. And I assume it's restricted in the county. Where's Bertha?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I was talking earlier, I think there is a need to have your CFO come to the committee pretty soon relative to the auditing and reporting processes. I know the ordinance creates a trust fund, and it says the monies shall not be commingled, but the reality of the situation is that the county has commingled funds, but they accounted for separately. And we'd just like, I think, to have some comfort from the CFO as it relates to what is the plan to how this money is going to be segregated and reported back to us, both on a revenue and expenditure basis.
Yes,
That's probably a future meeting.
I agree, and I think Ms. Cassini sort of mentioned that the work on that has already started, so he'll be able to report that to you.
Keeping notes of all the future potential presentations that you all might need. Just, again, when we get to the part of this meeting where you decide when your next meeting is going to be, I would just encourage you to think about the fact that our budget process is kind of in full swing. So while the ordinance contemplates that you would only have to meet quarterly, we may be asking that you consider a meeting in the April timeframe to allow us to be able to meet some of our deadlines with respect to the budget process. All right, so with that, that's the end of my part of the orientation, and now I'm going to turn it over to the county.
You had a question.
No, I was just kind of
I'm
mentioning
sorry.
it, but since I mentioned it to a couple of members, I'll say it out loud. I mean, we're going to talk about it later, but I would imagine we're going to have to meet more often than quarterly, regardless of what the ordinance says. I mean,
Right.
I can meet a lot more often than that, and I would imagine that at least monthly we'd have to, if not more often. I mean, I would imagine it seems like there's a lot of work to do, but
Right.
we can talk about that when we talk about
Right.
it.
The ordinance says at a minimum,
Yeah.
quarterly, but we will get into a discussion later on
Okay.
about you organizing yourselves and how often you would like to meet and try and establish a schedule prospectively, okay?
Fair enough.
And if I may say, at the end of this, what we were given, it talks about the role of the Oversight Board at a commission retreat. That's March 15th. So is that something that we also should factor into planning?
I'll
Board?
talk to you about that when we get there. It was just more of an FYI that there's a commission retreat where the Surtax may be discussed, but until I have an agenda, I don't think that you all should plan to be there.
It just says role of Oversight Board, so I just wondered. Okay. Got it.
I can do it here. It's fine. I'm not sure how, is this on or? It is on, okay. All right, so again, I'm Rocio Blanco Garcia, and I'm here to do the boring part that was announced to you earlier, so bear with me. It is boring, but it is important because as members of the Oversight Board, you're gonna be subject to the Florida Code of Ethics and the Broward County Code of Ethics, okay? And it sounds a little bit scary. It isn't so scary if you know what to do. And if you don't take anything away from this meeting today as far as my presentation goes, please just know that whenever you have any question or any doubt as to whether you're allowed to do something, to please ask a question. Because one thing that you will see is that ethics is not very intuitive, and what you sometimes think is the obvious answer to something often isn't, okay? So ask the questions to avoid getting in trouble. And these are the main issues that we're going to discuss today. That's a very small portion of what ethics actually is, but I do deem these topics to be the most important, and I think having a basic understanding of these topics will set you well on your way towards compliance with the applicable provisions, okay? So we're gonna talk about statements of financial interest, gifts, doing business with one's agency, and your agency is this board. So the Oversight Board is the agency. Conflicting employment and contractual relationships, and voting conflicts. All right. Disclosure of financial interest. This is otherwise known as Form 1. And I believe this form will be made available to you guys either by Angela or Gretchen. And basically you have to complete the form within 30 days of your appointment. So I believe you guys were seated around January 22nd. So within 30 days, you're going to go ahead, complete this form, and file it with the Supervisor of Elections, so downstairs. Then every year thereafter, you're gonna submit it on July 1st. And once you are no longer a member of this board, whether it is by choice or because there has been some replacement, then you're gonna file a Form 1F, which is just filed 60 days after departing this board, okay? Questions about that? And again, I think Gretchen and Angela will walk you through that process, and if they have any questions, they'll ask me.
So I just want clarity on 30 days from the appointment, which you indicated was January 22nd. So we should have this in by February 22nd?
February 22nd, 23rd, I think that's how the numbers line up, yes. And I think there's already an effort to coordinate that with you guys. So I understand from Angela that they will be assisting you with that and making sure that it gets filed timely downstairs.
You have to be here physically to file that form?
Say that again?
We can scan it in, and we don't have to be here physically to have it notarized or anything.
No, yes, you can either mail it or you can, there's no notarization. You're gonna see the form, it's very simple, and it has instructions in it as well.
Form is also available online.
Yes.
That you can just bring and fill it in online, print it off, and then mail it in the Supervisor of Elections.
Yes, so you can just mail it in or you can bring it downstairs. All right, gifts. And this is, in my experience, what comes up the most, both with our commissioners and with board members. And there are certain prohibitions against gifts, both at the state level and the county level. And one thing that you will find is that the state is actually a little bit more generous than the county. So in the county, we pretty much do not allow you to take anything, with some minor exceptions, which you're gonna see. But the fact that you have to file that Form 1, that makes you what we call a reporting individual. And as a reporting individual, the Florida gift laws apply to you. If you didn't have to file that Form 1 or Form 6, which is what our commissioners file, then you wouldn't be subject to the law of gifts, but because you do file, you are subject to it, okay? Now, irrespective of whether you were a Form 1 filer, county gift laws will have applied to you. What is a gift? A gift is anything that you get that has any value whatsoever for which you do not provide consideration. And what I mean by that for the non-lawyers in the room is that you have to provide something in exchange for that gift that has equal value or greater value. So let's say you get a sweater, right? You might not even want the sweater. You have no interest in the sweater, but the sweater has a value, whether it's $5, $10, $15, that has value attached to it. And therefore, it would be considered a gift at its most basic level if you do not provide something in exchange that has equal or greater value. Another sweater, $15, a t-shirt, whatever it is, okay? So it's like a barter system almost. And that same definition that comes from the Florida Code of Ethics applies at the county level. So if it's a gift under state law, it is a gift under the county's code, okay? There are some exceptions, and an honorarium or an expense related to an honorarium will be an exception to the gift law. So let's say you are now, by virtue of your membership in this board, invited to attend some sort of conference where transportation and what the county is doing in terms of transportation and development is going to be discussed. And you are paid for a meal there and for your transportation to and from the event. That's an honorarium related expense, and even though the transportation and the meal have a value attached to it, it will not be considered a gift and you will be able to accept it, okay? If your service in this board, somebody says, well, you know what, I want to give them a certificate or some sort of plaque commemorating their participation and their efforts, you can take that, that's okay. But you cannot take a Picasso that says in recognition for your service in the oversight board, because you can just easily take out the little engraving and then you are left with a Picasso, and that will not be reasonable. But obviously that's not going to happen. Use of a public facility or public property for a public purpose. Today you guys are using this facility and that has a public purpose, therefore it's not considered a gift, even though there's a value attached to being here today. And then transportation in connection with officially approved governmental business. So there has been some talk of a retreat. And if you were to go to that retreat, for example, you would need transportation. You are doing public business. That transportation, for example, would not be considered a gift, even though it has a value attached to it. Okay? Questions so far? All right. It's going to be important who the donor is. So we don't treat lobbyists and vendors and contractors the same way as we treat everybody else, because those vendors and those contractors and those lobbyists have a vested interest in what you might be doing, because they might be trying to influence you, or they might be trying to, or they have business with the county. We treat those people differently than everybody else. So under Florida law, if you are dealing with a lobbyist, a vendor, or a contractor, you can only take $100 worth from them. So let's say that they invite you out to dinner, you would only be able to have a dinner that has a value of $100 or less. But that's the Florida law, but as I stated, county will let you do a lot less. So if it's a lobbyist, a vendor, or a contractor, and they invite you to dinner, you cannot go, because you are also subject to the county's code. Yes?
Cannot go, or you cannot accept the dinner, cost of the dinner?
You cannot go for free.
Right, okay.
All right. So you can go and just pay your way, and that will be okay. And the reason why I'm explaining Florida law, even though every single time you're not going to be able to go for free because of the county's code, is because I don't want you to go back and do your independent research and only look at Florida law and think, oh, I'm in the clear because Florida law allows me to take 100. Because the county's code is not going to allow you to take anything whatsoever from those people. Now, if we're not dealing with one of those people, under Florida law, you can take as much as you want. A helicopter ride, a weekend in Vegas, you can take whatever you want if it's not a lobbyist, a vendor, or a contractor. Under the county's code, though, if you are being offered the trip to Vegas in your official capacity as a member of the oversight board, then you can only take $50. Okay, so you will take the $50 and everything else you gotta pay your way. Okay. If you are being invited to Vegas, though, not in your official capacity, but rather in your personal capacity, then you can take as much as you want. Okay, and I see some confused looks, and that's okay. Again, the takeaway is ask questions. So if you don't understand something or you're confused, somebody's giving you something, just ask whether you can take it, and we will advise you accordingly. So this is kind of a chart where you can see the difference between Florida and the county. So again, under Florida law, if you're dealing with a lobbyist, a vendor, a contractor, or a principal of a lobbyist, and that means the entity that's employing the lobbyist, then you can only take $100. If it's anybody else, you can take as much as you want. And when I say you can take as much as you want, yes, you can, but you might still need to report it. Okay, so there's like quarterly gift disclosures that are gonna have to be filed. So at the end of each quarter, you're gonna have to file the gift disclosure where you state anything over $100 that you took from anyone, assuming that you were allowed to take it. If it's a prohibited gift, don't disclose it because you were not supposed to take it, so you just don't take it, okay? So there will never be a gift disclosure of a prohibited gift because you would not have taken it to begin with, okay? Under the county's code, again, if it's a lobbyist, a vendor, a contractor, a principal of a lobbyist, you take 0. If it's anybody else in your official capacity, you take 50. If it's not in your official capacity, you take as much as you want. Okay, this is what I just mentioned, that if sometimes you're going to be allowed to take it, but you will still need to report in a Form 9 disclosure or a Form 10 disclosure if it's a gift from the county itself, okay? So sometimes the county, let's say something that we see come up is public service announcements. That's counterintuitive because you will think, well, how is a public service announcement a gift? Well, if the county were to prepare a public service announcement and one of you is featured in it, that could be considered a gift because it's the gift of publicity. So you might need to disclose that. But it is on the entity giving you the gift to advise you that you need to disclose. So to the extent that the county were to do a PSA featuring one of you, it will be on the county to let you know, hey, on such and such day, we did a PSA, you were featured in it, and that has a value in excess of $100, therefore disclose it. Questions? Remember, counterintuitive. Doing business with one's agency. As I stated earlier, your agency is the oversight board. So when you're acting in your official capacity, meaning in your capacity as an oversight board member, you cannot directly or indirectly purchase anything from any business in which you are involved, your spouse is involved, or your child is involved, and they have a material interest in it, okay? So let's say, this is probably not an example that will come up, but let's say you all need pencils, and one of your spouses happens to own a pencil factory. You cannot purchase pencils from that factory for this particular board. Okay, so in your capacity as oversight board members, you will not be able to purchase pencils from your own spouse's factory. Likewise, in your personal capacity, so now let's say that you own the pencil factory, you cannot sell pencils to this board. Okay? Questions? Conflicting employment or contractual relationships. So you have all been vetted by the county, so this is very unlikely to happen.
I'm sorry, could you go back just a second?
Sure.
On the last one? You said as it relates to this board, but the slide here also says, or to the county.
Oh, so, yeah, sorry. So you cannot, for this, you're not going to be able to purchase pencils for the board, right, from any entity on which you, your spouse, or your child has a material interest. You're also not going to be able to sell pencils to this board or to the county in your private capacity.
This might be a little bit abstract, so I'm just gonna. Oh, sorry. This might be a bit abstract, but for instance, I'm in real estate, and if I have a property in Dania Beach Boulevard, and the light rail is going past one of my properties, I'm not getting anything, but it might enhance my value.
Okay, and your question is, well, can you approve that project? Is that what you're
Should I abstain from voting? Or, I mean, that could apply to all of us, actually. So
And-
maybe I'm going a little too out of
You're
frame.
not. That's actually one of the slides
Oh,
coming
I'm
up.
sorry. Okay.
So actually, your question is very pertinent, and that deals with voting conflicts, and we will address it in one of the slides coming up. And if you don't feel like it's sufficiently addressed, let me know, and we can talk more about it. All right, conflicting employment or contractual relationships. As I was stating, you all have been vetted and vetted again, so as of right now, there's no conflicting employment or contractual relationship, and there can never be. So if any of you were to change your employment, you need to let us know so that we can this is going to be like an ongoing relationship of constantly vetting, because if you happen to have a business or a practice that might change who you're doing business with, that could raise issues within this provision, okay? So as a public officer, which you are by virtue of your membership here, you cannot have an employment or contractual relationship with a business or agency that is regulated by or is doing business with the agency in which you serve. Now, because you are a decision-making body, the agency is just the oversight board. And please correct me, but they don't do any regulating, right? They just approve projects.
Correct. We're
Yeah.
just approving projects for consistency with the statute.
Yeah, so there's no entity that is regulated by the oversight board itself, so this will most likely not come up, okay? But you can also not have a conflicting, you cannot have an employment or contractual relationship that might give rise to a recurring conflict of interest, okay? So let's say that you are a lobbyist, and which I don't think any of you is, but let's say that you're a lobbyist and you are doing lobbying for XYZ Corporation, and XYZ Corporation might be constantly doing transportation projects the work for transportation projects that you might be voting on, then that could be a recurring conflict of interest. Okay? And when I mentioned the whole thing about you are a decision-making body, it goes to this. Because if you were an advisory board, your agency will be the county as a whole. But because you are a decision-making body, we are only looking at the oversight board itself. So we're not going to be looking at who is regulated by the county, but rather who is regulated by you, which, as Ms. Wallace has stated, is nobody. Okay, doing business with, and I make a distinction between lawyers and everyone else, because a lawyer is doing business with every client of his or her firm, even if you are not actually doing any work with them, okay? So let's say that one of the clients of your law firm is United Healthcare, but you do no work whatsoever for United Healthcare. United Healthcare is still your client by virtue of being the client of the law firm by which you are employed, okay? But if you are not a lawyer, then this does not apply. You are only doing business with the actual people you are working directly with. Sorry. I feel like I'm so loud, but I guess I'm not.
That's the same for so that would not apply to CPA firms, even though we have a similar structure to what attorneys do, but this is specific to lawyers.
Let me, I think I may have seen some opinions from the Florida Commission on Ethics that may be applying the same concept of lawyers to to certified accountants. So let me just double check and I will advise you on that. Okay. So this is an example of how, since you're not regulating childcare facilities, for example, right? So childcare facilities are regulated by the county, but they're not regulated by you. So you could be the lobbyist of a childcare facility, and that would not be a conflicting employment relationship or contractual relationship because the oversight board itself is not regulating childcare facilities. Okay? If for whatever reason a conflicting relationship were to arise, and this is speaking as to boards generally, I think that the ordinance may have just, and Angela, you can speak to this, but I think the ordinance itself prohibits it for you to serve on this board if there is a conflict, this kind of issue where now you are working for somebody who might be getting surtax funds or things like that. So the ordinance that applies to you all is a little bit more stringent than what I have up here. So typically you will be able to waive a conflict if the appointing authority were to be informed of the existence of the conflict and the nature of the conflict, and they were to make the conscious decision that they still want you to serve on the oversight board. But I think the language of the ordinance itself might prohibit that in this particular situation. So the moment that a conflicting relationship arises, that might be the end of your membership in this board. All right, voting conflicts, which is what? Yes.
So just so I'm clear here on the, I was previously on the MPO board, and I needed to resign to do this. Yes, and that I understood because it involves surtax funds and, I see the overlap. But if I were to want to work for another entity of the county over which, that doesn't directly get surtax funds or anything to do with transportation, something to do with the courthouse or we talked about the supervisor of elections office or something that is not related to transportation, that would potentially create a conflict even though that is not something regulated by or in the oversight board or in any way. I'm trying to see how wide the umbrella is. And also, I was asked to look at being an academic advisor. It has to do with Broward College, where Anthea is, and so that might be a conflict. In any kind of work, I should basically vet it through you all before I take something or want to take something or I think it's going to create a conflict.
If you are unsure, certainly you should vet it with us, just, to be safe. But for example, in the Broward College example that you just posed, so Broward College is not regulated by the Oversight Board, so that would not be an issue. And
it shouldn't be to me, but I think, oh Lord, I don't want to conflict anywhere.
So to be safe, you can always check with us, and we will provide you either with an email or a formal memo stating you that no conflict exists and that therefore we do not see the issue.
Okay. And in terms of working for any other entity that is a county entity, if it's not related in any way to transportation or receipt of funds, I'm just trying to understand how that works.
Right, so the ordinance prohibits members of this body from being employed by another entity that has a contractual relationship with the county or will receive funds. So when you're anticipating potential employment, we suggest that you contact us and we can vet the issue. And the certification form that every member completed with their application certifies that in the event that your employment status or something on that certification changes, that you would notify us.
I think to be safe, we have specifically identified that anyone on this board cannot work for the county, any city receiving surtax dollars, or the MPO. That was, I think, specifically stated. And then there may be other instances where you cannot. And you should vet that through the attorney's office.
Just to go back to that waiver does not apply to this board because the appointing authority which appointed us isn't going to do, even though they have the ability to, you're telling us doesn't apply.
So they have the ability to under the Florida Code of Ethics. However, because the county has made it, they really wanted to make sure that a conflict would not arise. It would not apply here. The conflict would just be the end of the membership.
Correct. The ordinance does not provide for waivers of any of the conflicts that are stated in the ordinance. So it's just a strict prohibition. And I think, Ms. Bennett, your question is Broward College. Your position with Broward College is specifically stated in the ordinance as a member of this body. Right. So there's no prohibition as it relates to you in your current position, because it's your position at Broward College as the director of the Office of Supplier Diversity that is a position on this board.
Okay. Yes, I was curious about it because I didn't go through a lot of the same vetting process. Mm-hmm. I didn't sign any of the documents, so I'm prepared to sign whatever is needed. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to let that be on the record.
Okay. If the membership of the board calls for a particular person to be on that board, that person can serve on that board regardless of the conflict. Okay. So if it calls for your position specifically, you are clear, even if there might be a contract or anything between the Broward College and the county. Okay.
With
With the contractual relationship with Broward County, I mean, I'm imagining that our engagement letters would be a contract. So if, I'll make up an example, I mean, we have 280 people in the firm, so I just want to make sure I control such things. If a litigation matter arises and our forensic support group did a one-time matter directly for the county, I mean, that would probably be a conflict, right? So I should be careful on my end that nobody in my firm engages at all with Broward County. I mean, that's the most broad interpretation to stay within, I would imagine.
Yeah, and if that were to happen, again, check with us so that we can analyze everything and let you know, well, it's fine or it's not, okay? Yeah. It's kind of like running conflicts the way you would do it in a law firm.
Yeah. Yeah, we do the same. Okay, that's fine.
All right, voting conflicts. So this goes to the whole issue of, well, does this transportation project enhance the value of my property? Does it diminish the value of my property? What's the issue there? So as a public officer, which again you are, you cannot vote on anything that benefits you, that benefits your employer or your clients, that benefits the parent company or subsidiary of your employer, that benefits your relatives, or that benefits your business associates. Okay? Now, what's the definition of relative? Not everything is a relative. And one thing that you're going to see if you look at the Florida Code of Ethics is that there is a definition of relative under the definition section, and then there's a different definition that applies just to voting conflicts. So for voting conflicts, these are the people who are considered your relatives, and these people only. So if it benefits your father, your mother, your son, your daughter, your brother, your sister, your father-in-law, your mother-in-law, your husband, your wife, your son-in-law, or your daughter-in-law, you cannot vote on it. Okay? And actually, before I move on to business associate, when I say benefit, we're not talking about some de minimis thing, okay? If the value of your property is going to go up by $150, that's probably not going to be a voting conflict. If the value of your property is going to go up, but so is the value of the property of another 1,000 people who live in the same neighborhood, that's probably not going to be a conflict. So when you look at the ethics opinions, it's going to require a little bit more than just the minimus. And I think many of them talk about more than a 2% increase. But if you are unsure, again, ask us and we'll talk about it.
That's kind of where I was going. I mean, for instance, if we have a property on Andrews Avenue and we were to do, as a county, some sort of a loop, pedestrian loop around the whole downtown, it's going to benefit the entire downtown. I'm not sure you can put a dollar value on it. And really, so does that qualify? It does not qualify.
So you will be able to vote in such project because it is not a unique financial benefit to you. It's to the population at large of the downtown area.
Okay, that's what okay, thank you.
I guess this goes back to the overall purpose of the board here. The advisory board is only... The advisory board is only, we don't approve the projects per se, other than to confirm that they meet the statutes, the state statutes, that they're an eligible project. So I'm uncertain as to whether, that role of just approving it for statute compliance is, in fact, the same as approving the project.
So my understanding...
We're not approving the project per se, we're only approving the fact that it meets the statutes.
Right, but you will also approve the project and the proposed costing of the project that will be folded into the budget process. So you approve what's submitted as the project budget as well for purposes of the budget that will be subsequently approved by the board.
And again, when we're talking about ethics and being a decision-making body, we're not talking about like, okay, well, are you the final ruler? That's it. This project is happening. It's not like that. It's, do you have any decision-making along the way? And here you do. So, and by you voting on something, it's making it easier for that something to come to fruition. So you have decision-making power. Okay. So Business associate, so that's going to be any person or entity that's carrying out business with you as partner, joint venture, co-owner of property, or shareholder. So if you have a law firm, your law firm partner is going to be your business associate. Therefore, you cannot vote on something that benefits your business associate. And again, we're talking about something more than just de minimis. Principal by whom retained. So that's going to be your employer, but that's also going to be your clients. And that goes back to the lawyer CPA example where the clients of the entity itself are your principals. And also the parent, subsidiary, sibling organization of your employer. This touches on what I explained earlier, that remote and speculative benefits do not count, okay? So we can't just sit here and speculate all day long as to whether the value of the property is gonna go up or not. It needs to be something like tangential that we can actually see numbers on, okay? And it must be a special and private. So this goes to what I was saying. If it's gonna benefit downtown residents as a whole, then that's not a special or private benefit. And we're going to be typically talking about a financial interest. So values of property going up, you losing money, that kind of thing. So this is an example. If you are a lobbyist for XYZ company and the county commission has determined that a project that will be using transportation surtax funds should be submitted to you for your consideration, and we know that if the project is approved, XYZ Inc. is going to be doing a lot of the construction work, you are not going to be able to vote on that particular project, because by you approving the project, and again, knowing that the approval that's happening in this room, it's not the end all be all, but you're still making it easier for that project to come to fruition. By you voting on that project, you are benefiting XYZ Inc. because once the project is awarded or it's decided that it's going to be moving forward, XYZ Inc. is going to be getting money for their construction work. So you're not going to be able to vote on that, okay? If you have an actual conflict, like the XYZ example that I just gave, you have to announce the nature of your conflict. So you cannot just say, I'm not voting. You have to say, I'm not voting for this and that reason. You have to abstain from voting, and you're going to have to file a disclosure form within 15 days. And that disclosure form can also be found in the Florida Commission of Ethics website. And Gretchen and Angela will also let you know, where to find it, or will ask me and I will help you as needed. Okay? If you have an apparent conflict, so sometimes it's not so much like a clear thing that there's a conflict, but there's a perception issue of like, this doesn't quite look right. So there might be an apparent conflict. In that situation, under Florida law, you can choose to abstain from voting. You no longer have to. You can choose to abstain from voting, and if you choose to do so, then you have to do all of the things in the previous slide, which means that you're going to have to disclose the nature of the conflict and file the disclosure form, okay? So for actual conflicts, you must abstain. For apparent conflicts, you may abstain. Okay. Now, again, the layer of regulation at the county level, we have section 1-234. And under that section, a member of a county created board, which this is, if that person serves as an employee of a public entity or as an officer or member of a board of directors of a private entity, which extends to specifically gain or lose from action taken by the board, then you can abstain from voting and participating. And the reason why that's important is because, as you saw in my previous slide, it did not say anything about participating. It just said you must abstain from voting. If that's the situation, you must also leave the room in order not to participate under the county's code. The chances of this happening are low here because, again, you have been vetted, so you should not fall within any of these things, okay? But important to know just in case. All right, here's an example. A member of the oversight board is a big pro-life advocate. Every year, XYZ Inc. spends over $1 million fighting for women's rights to have an abortion. The Oversight Board is considering a project which, if approved, will involve XYZ Inc. doing a lot of the work associated with the project, therefore XYZ Inc. will be benefiting. Can you choose to abstain from voting? You just don't like XYZ Inc. because of their pro-choice views. Can you choose to abstain from voting? And the answer to that is no. Okay? You can choose to vote no, but you cannot choose to abstain from voting, okay? You can only choose to abstain from voting when there is an actual conflict, when there is an apparent conflict, which is what we went over earlier. And those are typically going to be conflicts arising from financial interests, business transactions, or professional activity or obligations. It's not going to be a moral conflict, okay? So just because you do not like a particular company's views, that does not allow you to abstain from voting. You can just choose to vote no or yes, whatever the case might be, but you cannot abstain from voting, okay? Questions? All right.
Great job.
Thank you. A couple more boring stuff, though. Sunshine law. So as an oversight board, you are subject to the sunshine. What does that mean? That your meetings have to be open to the public. That's why there was a notice of this meeting taking place. That's why we have record keeping going on. That's why there's a recording happening, because the public, as they did, has a right to show up to your meetings to know what's happening and what's being discussed. But the Sunshine Law has broad application. So the Sunshine Law says that not two or more people of the same body cannot meet to discuss anything that might potentially come before that body for their consideration. So you all can go to lunch together if you want to, but you cannot discuss during your lunch meeting anything that might potentially come before this board, okay? You cannot call each other and talk about anything that might come before this board. You cannot text each other and talk about anything that might come before this board. You cannot come to me and tell me, hey, tell this other person that's on the board this and that thing, because then you will be using me as a means of circumventing sunshine, and that's not allowed, okay? So just be very careful. You can meet with one another, just do not discuss anything that might potentially come before this board. Question?
You, two of the board members are invited to a lunch where there are going to be topics discussed at the lunch that may involve transportation. That's okay as long as the members are not discussing among themselves or getting into a debate, if you will, on the floor of this convention or whatever this meeting is.
Correct. So you will be able to attend such event. You will just not be able to talk to one another. And even, for example, let's say the county about a matter that may come before the oversight board. And even, for example, in the county commission context, you cannot go up to the podium, like sign up to speak, go up to the podium. You can go ahead and speak, right? But then this other member cannot go out and be like, oh, in response to what Mr. Allen said, blah, 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 blah. That will also be a violation, okay? But one-way communication isn't. So in the example that you have posed, where two members of the oversight board are attending this meeting, you can express your views, but you cannot be talking to one another or responding to one another, okay?
So let's say it's a company that's going to do a road for us, going to come in front of us, and Doug is at an event that I'm at, and I'm going to stand there and say, I really like this company, and I really like the project we're doing, and I'm for it all. That's not persuading him, or that's not breaking the rule.
So, go ahead.
Yeah.
I know I would never do it, but I'm just saying. I
think you're getting very close to the line, and I will advise you not to.
Okay, but what you said was you can stand up and talk about a one-sided, and that kind of to me is you're on the line to me.
And depending on the circumstance, you could be on the line, but there are attorney general opinions that specifically state that one-way communication is not an issue. So we
As
see
an example, you get called by the press and you say, I like that project, and that's reported in the newspaper you're one board member who has stated that that's fine.
That's fine,
Because
yeah.
you're not,
Okay, well, I'm on the DDA, and I tend to like, if there's another board member in the room, I tend to not talk about DDA business. But
And you're never gonna get in trouble for being extra cautious, so I
Okay.
commend you for that. But the Attorney General opinions do state that one-way communication is not an issue. Okay.
And as a member of a board, I might add, it is recommended that, or advisable that, I guess, taking a position regarding a matter before it's been kind of vetted before your body and debated amongst the members of the body, because members of a board are supposed to make a decision after receiving public input and input presentations and input from the members of the body. So it would be advisable to withhold a comment in favor or against a project prior, in such a setting. Put it that way.
Can I ask another question that kind of goes there? Because once in a while, I know Doug sometimes, probably many of us at this board, are asked to sit on panels and to speak on behalf of the county, talking about growth in the county or in the downtown or in Fort Lauderdale. And we will talk about big picture stuff. And I might say with all of us in a room, like at the state of the county or something, you just stand up and say, I really think transportation is one of the biggest things, and the best thing that the county ever did was the oversight. I mean, not the oversight, the surtax.
That's, I think, a generic enough statement.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm just trying to make sure.
I think that it's important, again, to remember that while in this role, you are approving the project's eligibility under a statute. You're not approving projects based on whether you like them or think that they're going to be beneficial or impactful. It's an eligibility. So you can have opinions about lots of things that are in the plan, and it isn't something that's going to come before you. It's not a decision. So you could say, I really like the idea of doing one-way pairs in downtown Fort Lauderdale. And even if that's a project that's in the plan, you're not deciding whether or not that project gets done. You're deciding whether or not that project's eligible under the statute. Does that make sense?
And that's a very good point, because you are bound by very objective criteria, right? This is not I like this, I like that. You have to look at whether it meets the eligibility criteria, right? So what really is coming before you is whether it meets that criteria, okay? But you can still have, both as a citizen and as a member of this board, opinions on things. Just do not discuss, I think it's not going to meet criteria number 3. Go
If
ahead.
this situation did arise that Alan said something to me, and I thought it was, and I didn't answer him, because I was, no. I basically then, it's a one-way conversation and we're both legal.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other question that I have,
So
which
when in doubt, ignore him.
may not be applicable now, but it comes to this, trying to understand what our role is, and our role is to determine eligibility of projects that meet your 2 main criteria, and they are passed to the,
Actually, it's under the statute, which I'm going to show you as soon as she finishes. It's already pulled up. So I want you to know what it is that you're looking for, and be very, very clear on the record what it is that you all are determining eligibility of.
right.
Okay?
My question then, once we do that, and it's passed to the county, and if the county doesn't agree with the recommendation, are they allowed to change it? And if they are, do they send it back here? And that's not, I didn't see that anywhere on the agenda, but it's something that I've asked myself. So I'm bringing it up. You can talk about it now or later, but I'd like to know an answer to that.
So the county commission does have the ability to ask questions and regarding projects, and I guess send a project back with questions for this body's consideration once it comes to the board.
We are working to clarify the process that's in the ordinance and also create a very robust administrative code to support that ordinance based on not just all the input that we receive from you, probably at this meeting and your next meeting, because you'll, I'm sure, have more questions after this day is over. But also some of the things that the appointing authority pointed out when we walked them through the ordinance, so that it's very clear what the if-then process would look like, including perhaps even making a flow chart so that you all can see what the decision-making process is from the MPO all the way to an appeal process, perhaps.
Right, because someone's going to be making decisions to bring these projects to us. We are doing a small part of the vetting, or whatever you want to call it. So that group is who?
Okay, so the way that it's constructed right now, and I'm not going to say that it's
Not
perfect, because
finalized.
it's not, okay? But the way that it is constructed right now, the county already has all of its projects in the plan, right? And they are year by year. The cities are supposed to have their projects run through a review, ranking, and prioritization process that has not been determined yet through the MPO. When the MPO brings those projects forward as recommendations, obviously based on the forecasting that we're giving them, the amount of money that's going to be available in a 5-year time frame, they'll bring them forward to us. We then have to package that with the county projects and any other projects that we haven't thought of. Maybe FDOT wants to do a project with Surtax dollars. Then we bring that to the Oversight Board. Oversight Board approves the proposed projects and the proposed expenditures in a particular time frame. We're hoping that you'll do a 5- and 10-year approval, and then the annual approvals, each year. Then it goes to the county commission as part of the budget process. The county commission can say, I need more information about this. I'm not sure about this, and that could very well happen. Then it comes back here. If it's a city project, it has to go back to the city and the MPO for clarification. And then we were told that there really needs to be an appeal process. So we're looking at trying to add an appeal process and make sure that it makes sense to you all. So right now, that's kind of what's contemplated in the ordinance.
Thank you.
All right, the final thing I want to say, and there isn't a slide for it, it's public records. So you are also subject to Chapter 119 of the Florida statute, which is the Public Records Act. And basically that means that anything that's discussing county business needs to be preserved. So do not go around deleting emails, destroying documents, or anything like that deals with your business as the Oversight Board, because that would be a violation of the Public Records Act. There is an exception for things like transitory documents, which would include, for example, like a calendar invite, right? You do not have to preserve like the invitation that you got to be here today. But any communications or anything that's happening as a result of your business, then that needs to be preserved as a public record. And it's important that you know that what matters is the substance, not where the communication took place. So if you send a text to me, which I don't know why will happen, but if you send a text to me discussing Oversight Board business, that's a public record. And it does not matter that it is on your phone. So if somebody does a request for public records and it happens to be on a text, then we have to access your phone to retrieve that. So if you do not want to open certain devices to the Public Records Act, then do not use them to discuss matters that are public business. Questions, anyone?
In terms of email, so at our firm, we have an automatic policy where emails that are over 90 days old, they're gone, they disappear. So if I'm discussing things relative to my work here, are you saying that I have an obligation to then preserve those in some way?
Yes. So there's a
So they should be
different.
archived?
The Division of Libraries, I believe it is, sets forth a schedule for preserving documents, and I believe the standard time is 7 years. So you might not want to get rid of things after 90 days if you are discussing something dealing with the, oversight board. Yeah.
What we talked about with the appointing authority, just so you all have the benefit of this, is if you want to, any emails or any communications that are related to the oversight board, you can put them in their own folder. And if you are, in your particular instance, if you would like to forward the email to me, I can then be the central repository of information that you don't want to keep on your personal email or for whatever reason. As long as there's a place where we can go and, retrieve these documents relatively easily, I would highly recommend that you all do that. That's just less work for you if a public records request comes out.
But basically, if he sets up his own file, puts it in there before it's deleted in 90 days, he's got his own record of it, whether he sends it to you or not.
The record just has to be preserved, whether it is by sending it to Gretchen or whether it is by you creating your own folders and taking care of or taking responsibility over making sure that the document is preserved, then that's on you, but it just needs to be preserved for the stated period of time. Anything else?
Because in the event that we receive a request for the records, we have to produce them, the county. So we need to be able to have access to them, and, violations of the public records law, has penalties.
So for the purposes of texting, which I wouldn't do.
Please don't.
But if there is a text and it's on your personal cell phone, they could come and say, let me see your phone and see all of my messages to determine if it's part of the oversight board?
No.
Or is it just voluntarily, I'll say, if I did do it, I would be saying, I have used my phone for texting about the oversight board, and therefore then my phone becomes subject to that text, or is it all text?
No. So anything that's not a public record, and for your purposes with this board, anything that's not related to your work on this body or service on this body that's in your personal phone would not be a public record. If you receive a text message that is transitory, that just says, please call me, there's no retention requirement for that. It's transitory, it can be deleted, it doesn't have to be produced. It has no value. It doesn't show anything other than a message to call. In the event that you have a substantive communication via text, some phones, I know iPhones do, have the ability to forward them. So if you push the little forward arrow and forward it to your email and put it in an email folder for your records from this body, related to this body, that would preserve it, and no one would have to get your phone. So when we receive a request, we don't take your phone, we ask you to produce what was received through your phone. And if no message was received or text message was received through your phone, then our response is there are no records responsive to that request. To the extent that you have some, you just forward them to an email. They can be produced that way through an email extraction rather than accessing your phone.
And something to remember is, like, as lawyers, we kind of tell you the worst case scenario to things. So in a situation like that, you will just forward the text message to the person who responded to the public records request for that person to then produce the record. The only the reason why we tell you really to not use personal devices is because if there were to be an issue down the line where, there's like an investigation or something, then you don't want your phone to become now public business. That would be the situation where, the phone will become public business. It would not be on a day-to-day because you sent that one text, now everybody gets to see all your text messages, but it's just best practice is not to do it. Questions?
not specifically on this, but another component. The county commissioners and county staff have a requirement relative to anytime they meet with people relative to matters that may come before the board, that they have to keep a record of that. Are we, as board members here, subject to that same requirement? Yeah, I guess, yes, lobbyists.
So there is a lobbyist registration database. So anybody who's meeting with you must to lobby, which I don't think that will happen, because again, you're not like a county commissioner in the sense that you are subject to very specific criteria. So there's no really influencing, I don't think, that can happen as to whether that criteria is met. And Gretchen, please correct me if you think otherwise. But lobbyists must register to meet with county staff, county boards, county commissioners, and it's on them to report that they have met with you. So that's not your responsibility. That's a couple years ago, the code was amended to put that responsibility on the lobbyist itself, or himself or herself, as opposed to on the board member.
So as an example, I'm at a lunch and somebody that I know to be a lobbyist comes and introduces somebody else to me. That is not something that I am obligated to report to lobbyists, is
Correct.
responsible to. Okay.
Any other questions? All right, then I think I'm dismissed. Nice meeting you all.
Thank you, Rocio, very much. So we are on perfect timing. It is now time for lunch, and there are some lunches over there. And I'd just like to ask you all, how much time would you like to take for lunch? Or would you like to work through lunch and take 10, 15 minutes to eat, or? No. Okay, so we'll take a break for 15 minutes then. Okay, we are going to reconvene. Try to stay on time. I'd love to get you guys out of here before 5 o'clock. Long before 5 o'clock, hopefully. So I'm going to very quickly turn this over to Ms. Blanco Garcia so she can provide an answer, a follow-up to a question that was placed on the record earlier.
All right, so earlier when we were talking about conflicting employment contractual relationships, Mr. Smith asked, well, what about accountants? Is that viewed as a law firm? I went back, there's an ethics opinion from 2011. They do not use a firm-wide approach for accountants, so you do not have to worry about everybody that your accounting firm is doing business with, just yourself. Okay? So now I am dismissed for real.
So are there any lingering questions that you all would like to have answers to or put on the record after lunch that you were thinking about? I know it's a lot. You're being inundated with information, so I do want to give you time to put things out there and ask questions.
Thanks. The only thing I'm concerned about, I know you're going to be providing a copy of the statutes, but I wanted to make sure that that 30% piece, that language, is included somewhere, so it provides guidance for all of us.
Okay, so just yesterday, I was having a conversation with Angela about this, because in our CBE ordinance, it clearly states a minimum of 25%.
Right.
But Angela and I agree that it would be very helpful to have something either in the CBE ordinance or in the actual surtax authorizing ordinance that also speaks to the board's action related to the 30% CBE goal.
Right.
And is everyone here? I mean, I don't want to make an assumption that people understand what a CBE goal is. Okay. So when the board took action on local preference and making sure that the surtax dollars are spent to improve this community, they decided that they would like to see 30% of all of the funds from the surtax used locally in this community. And we have an ordinance that relates to local preference and what that entails and who qualifies. And when you do a solicitation process here at the county, if there is a local goal attached to it, then you must, in order to be considered responsive in the solicitation, you must be able to demonstrate that you are going to meet that goal.
Right, and the acronym CBE is County Business Enterprise.
Correct.
And so the entity would have to be registered and certified as a county business enterprise or a CBE, and there's also an SBE, a small business enterprise, which are all outlined in our ordinances. And that program is run by our Office of Economic and Small Business Development. But when the solicitations are done, that's when, for contractors to bid or submit RFPs, requests for proposals, or responses to a request for proposal. In the actual solicitation, whether it's a bid that's issued by the county or a municipality, or if it's an RFP, which is a request for proposal, those are solicitations as part of our procurement process. And the solicitation will outline the amount of the goal. So for non-surtax related projects, the ordinance right now says a minimum of a 25% CBE or county business enterprise goal for county funded projects. On September 25th, I believe, of last year, 2018, Commissioner Holness, who's present, presented an item to the board and requested, which the board approved, a minimum of 30% county enterprise goals or CBE goal on surtax funded projects. But the way that happens is through a solicitation process. It doesn't happen here. You all approve what's proposed in terms of a project, what happens on what road, what happens to what bridge. But when the solicitation is sent out for contractors to submit a proposal related to the work that needs to be done on that bridge, that the solicitation that's issued by the government entity will require the 30%, and the proposer has to identify see how they will meet that CBE goal as part of their response to the solicitation, and it becomes a part of their contract to actually do the work.
Right,
So-
so I'm presuming that it would be part of our oversight, no?
Well,
No? Just to make
I
sure.
think to approve, when we report on the accomplishments of the projects.
Correct.
That's
Right.
one of the accomplishments of the project, is
Correct.
that they met the goal.
correct.
Right, so there should be some ongoing monitoring of that. And who would be responsible for that if we're not providing oversight?
So, as I mentioned to you previously, we're working on a large-scale reorganization in order to be able to support the Mobility Advancement Program, the Surtax program. And part of that is a monitoring on CBU goals.
Okay.
So we currently do that. We have a
Right,
system in
I
place
know.
to do that right now. We would want a dedicated person, not right away, because obviously there won't be enough work until we have a lot of projects underway. But maybe 3 or 4 years into the plan, we would have a dedicated person that was monitoring that and helping too, providing technical assistance. But one of the elements that I mentioned to you earlier that we're needing to deal with right now, and I was just talking to the director of OESBD, that's Economic and Small Business Development, yesterday, about going up to Tallahassee to talk about how we are going to attract and build existing businesses so that we have the capacity locally. That was one of the things we talked about at the outset. We need, and we should be able to attract these businesses because now Hillsborough County also has a transportation system surtax. Miami-Dade has had one for quite a while. And we need to be building these industries and innovators and manufacturers here in the state of Florida and hopefully locally.
Right, and thanks, Christian, because that is my concern, making sure that we are proactive in the readiness of businesses that could potentially participate. And so I think it's a good idea if you can identify in the context of these projects what could potentially be a good fit for those smaller businesses. And that should start early enough so we can ready them.
But in essence, this board, that's something that happens, projects come here, they get vetted here, they go out to bid. That's handled way on the other end. Not that it's not important, but we're not gonna have any even review of that, correct? That's what I thought.
However, I do want to make sure that you all know that in the ordinance, it was contemplated that as you are, so let's say you've approved a whole slate of projects and proposed projects and proposed expenditures, and in your discussion, you identify, and I anticipate that this would happen, that because one of these projects is it's going to go across 5 different municipal boundaries, and it's a big ticket project. You all would like to have ongoing review and monitoring and performance reporting. You also, that is one of the roles that's identified in the ordinance, and you can ask for resources and consulting services to help you do that. That was all contemplated. And because of the expertise that you all bring to this table, you can make recommendations about how to deliver the project, efficiency, innovations. All of that is also considered to be part of your role.
Right. And I think it's important because you mentioned earlier that depending on where the funding source is, whether it's from the state or the county, that there could be some impact on the goals. And so clarity, I think, is needed to make sure that we know exactly which projects would include state funding, so we can segregate the budgeting on those areas to make sure that it fits in with the 30% requirements.
Right, because federal regulations and state law right now both prevent what they consider local preferences. And so that would be any local regulations that set aside funding or related to projects for local businesses. So if we have a project like one of those large corridor projects, or if we do a study related to rail and decide to develop rail, the FTA would prohibit any local preferences, and a lot of the capital funding for a rail project would come from the Federal Transit Administration. And so federal regulations prohibit attaching a local preference, like a CBE goal, to a project that is funded with federal money. So those are the things that we have to consider with each project to determine whether CBE goals can legally be applied to them, because for federally funded and state-funded projects, like with FDOT, the Florida Department of Transportation, we cannot.
Okay.
So I did want to let you know that we do have an FDOT representative now with us, Mark Plass, and I have been communicating with the district secretary about this 30% goal, and he feels like there may be an opportunity for us to have a conversation with Central Department of Transportation in Tallahassee, because this is a new issue. This is not something that's happened in our state before, where we are talking about putting up local dollars at a higher rate than the state dollars. So normally the state would come in and we would do a 50-50 match. If we overmatch on some of these projects, as we're contemplating doing, we may be able to have goals on a portion of the project. It's unsettled right now. He needs to speak with his counsel and the central office to understand exactly how that might work.
Okay. Thank you.
So just very briefly, I wanted to show you the language of the statute related to what types of projects are eligible, so that you can get a feel for how broad this actually is. So when you talk about every project having to come before the oversight board for approval of its eligibility under the statute, this is the statute to which we are referring. The Charter County and Regional Transportation Surtax, System Surtax. So I'm going to scroll down to proceeds from the surtax shall be applied to as many or as few of the uses enumerated below in whatever combination the county commission deems appropriate. We are not necessarily certain about what some of these terms mean because they are used and they are defined in different parts of statute in different ways. But the development, construction, equipment, maintenance, operation, supportive services, including countywide bus systems, on-demand transportation systems, and related costs of a fixed guideway rapid transit system. The beauty of a transportation system surtax, by the way, is that unlike other types of local option sales taxes, operations and maintenance is an eligible use of funds. Infrastructure does not allow any of the proceeds from an infrastructure surtax to be used for operations and maintenance. And as many of you probably know, and as Angela just alluded to, we don't have a significant problem accessing capital dollars. We get a lot of money for capital projects from the state and the feds. However, there are no federal grants and no federal support for the operations and maintenance of those capital assets. So that's where the surtax really comes into play. Okay, so you can do an expressway, transit, or So these funds can also be remitted to expressway, transit, and transportation authorities created by law. So the county, a charter county can receive them, or an expressway transportation authority can receive them. So we're not going to deal with this one because this is not applicable to us because here the county received it. Used by the county for the development, construction, operation, and maintenance of roads and bridges in the county, for the expansion, operation, and maintenance of bus and fixed guideway systems, for the expansion, operation, and maintenance of an on-demand transportation services that's considered paratransit, for the expansion, operation, and for the payment of principal and interest on bonds issued for the construction of fixed guideway rapid transit systems, bus systems, roads, or bridges. The proceeds, this was a big bone of contention in 2016. So the proceeds of these surtax revenues may also be pledged for bonds, the construction of fixed rapid transit systems, bus systems, roads, blah, 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 blah. No more than 25% may be used for non-transit uses if you are bonding, okay? Used by the county for the planning, development, construction, operation, and maintenance of roads and bridges in the county, planning, development, expansion, and operation and maintenance of bus and fixed guideways. So you can see that in this particular paragraph, they wanted to allow for planning, design, and development. Talks a little bit about interlocal agreements with municipalities, which clearly we anticipate. It does provide you with the definition of on-demand transportation services. I should point out that there is a bill in the legislature right now, House Bill 385, that is opening up this section of statute. So we may see some changes to the definitions and the eligible uses. However, it would not apply to us because it is prospective. So if you've already passed a transportation system surtax, whatever changes would only apply to us in the future if we were to go back out again to extend this with the voters. So are there any questions on the actual statutory language themselves? And if there are, I'd have to turn it over to an actual lawyer, not one that just went to law school, but
I have a bunch of questions, but I'm going to try to... okay, so up to no more than 25% for bonds, leaving 75% for everything else, right?
Well, I would like to just say that at this time,
there is no plan to bond any money on the county side. We are going to pay as we go. Okay, cannot speak for what the municipalities intend to do with their revenues, but we will not be bonding projects.
Okay, so then I'm just going to ignore that part of the ordinance, and I'm going to assume that 100% of the surtax funds, right, would be available for everything else that was enumerated or written in there as eligible and important and whatever. So 100%. Just big picture, is there anything that I may have missed it? Any percentage that is required to be allocated for on demand?
Now, as it's stated, the very beginning of the statute says in any combination.
Right. So no specific.
No.
I'm just asking
Yes,
because
of course.
there might be somewhere else that we don't, somewhere else, is there any, separate from the surtax, is there any countywide allocation percentage-wise in terms of priority for transit systems, maintenance and infrastructure, and on-demand, all of which are very important and different, percentage-wise? Just wondering.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, so please tell me. I think I understand what you're asking, and that is the percentages that would be associated with maintaining our transit system and paratransit. And what we did is create a plan. The plan that's on the website, the financial plan that was audited and presented to the voters, is intended to show you what we expect over the next 30 years will be the costs in each of those categories. So
Right.
the surtax fully funds paratransit and its expected growth, fully funds.
And a number of other important priorities, such as bus system
Right.
expansion and maintenance and infrastructure, right?
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you just very briefly what the financial plan looks like and what the funds are intended to go for? Would you all? Okay.
What do you
Let me
guys
do that.
think?
And
Let me see if it's still up.
There's been no predetermined allocation. So the county commission committed that a minimum of 10% of the proceeds from the surtax, well, the proceeds that we actually receive, would be committed to or available for municipal projects. Now, just from an accounting standpoint, or a portion of the money, because the way the funds are collected, merchants charge the sales tax at the time of a transaction. That those funds are remitted to the State Department of Revenue, and then at different increments, the State Department of Revenue, after they take their administrative fee, return the funds to the county. And the county is required to withhold or set aside a certain percentage of those funds. And I think I would need Norm to tell me, might be 5%.
It is 5%.
So it's not 100%.
So of whatever is left, there is no other authority that we need to worry about in terms of allocation of percentage, in terms of.
No, ma'am.
I understand that we're just approving as eligible and approving expenditures for things that are brought to this board. I was just wondering if somewhere out there was, a big picture of whatever finally comes to the county. This percent needs to go to this. There isn't anywhere.
No.
So it's
once
not
we
percentage.
remove the 25% bond thing, which isn't going to happen, right?
There were projections made with regard to the amounts of proceeds prospectively, and then there were estimates done for the projects, the 709 projects that were included in the plan that the county approved, the board approved last fall.
But that's 709 city projects.
Right.
There's many, many more county projects. So yes, what you should know is that we also receive gas tax revenues, right? So gas tax revenues are also paying for transportation-related projects, both here at the county and in the municipalities. And we continue to keep general fund revenue, property tax derived revenue in the transportation system. So the surtax is not supplanting the so what we already have put into our transportation system stays there as the floor, and this is intended to both fund the unfunded need in our existing system, but also allow us to expand the system, to grow the system, and to do new things and maintain and operate those things. And just to give you an idea, and again, we all recognize that we don't know what 30 years from now is going to look like, but this is what we planned for. The existing operating system, the existing transit system, which is what we call status quo, has a deficit. It runs an enormous deficit every year. And it's getting bigger and bigger because of the paratransit demands that we talked about earlier. So that is about 4.8 billion of the revenue, right? It's 4.8 billion over 30 years, not of the revenue. Paratransit is about 2.4 billion. New service is about 4.4 billion. Light rail, about 1.4 billion. This is all on the operating side. I just want to tell you we separate this from capital, because there are a lot more assumptions of federal and state participation on the capital side. A lot of this is going to be coming, primarily from gas tax, surtax, and the general fund. These are all the revenues that we anticipated, and I just want to remind you that we had this validated internally, externally, by consultants multiple times, and the MPO has also looked through all of the assumptions that are in this plan. And then here's the capital, on the capital side. We see about, let me stop right here on the operating. We see about 7.2 billion. So just a little less than half of the expected revenue from the surtax over 30 years would be going for operating and maintenance. And that's operating and maintenance of county projects, but also of some of the city projects that are submitted. And then on the capital side, you see the new bus service, replacement vehicles, because we'd really like to go to electric buses as soon as the technology is ready for us. You've got your planning studies, passenger surveys, and then these are all of the expected other leverage. So you can see that we're expecting to get quite a bit in federal and state grants.
So the 6.7 billion is what is expected from the penny tax alone over the next 30 years? So the penny tax is actually expected to bring in $15.6 billion. What this is showing you are, so right here is how much of that would be going for operating. See this line? Mm-hmm. New surtax funding for operating. Mm-hmm. And then down here, new surtax funding for capital. Okay? So that now you've got 11, and then you've got the city projects. Okay.
Okay? You've got your city projects down here. So there's your other 3.3 billion.
So it's this.
And you have contingency built in as well. So we have almost $1 billion of contingency right there on this line.
Maybe this is a good time to ask.
Sure.
I thought you said 10% was earmarked for cities, but this shows of the 15.6 billion that 3 billion is going to, so that's 20%. So that I must
23%.
I must have heard you wrong.
Well,
minimum.
That's the minimum. So here's one of the program issues that we're dealing with right now. We wanted to do a project-based plan so that we could clearly articulate to the voters what they were going to get, not just do an allocation. Because when you do a population-based allocation, it is very difficult to have transparency and accountability and to be able to say exactly how that money is going to be used. So the cities submitted projects totaling about $3.3 billion. It's $2.7 billion.
This is in today's dollars.
And well, no, actually they're not. They're
Projected.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I should be careful because I'm not exactly certain how each city did their cost estimates. So I know that for us, we did year of expenditure. I'm not certain how the municipalities did it. So it totals the amount of city projects and contingency in the plan is actually close to 23% of the expected revenues. The interlocal agreement that we entered into with the municipalities in September offered them a guarantee in any given year of at least 10% of the revenues. They wanted to know that at least every year they were going to have at least 10%. There are some years that it's going to be far more than that, but that's how we came to agreement with the municipalities on an approach that everybody could stomach. There is, and it is not that important for you all at this point, but it may be relatively soon an issue. There are some municipalities now who are passing resolutions requesting that the ordinance and the interlocal agreement be amended to go to an allocation-based approach. A 10% population-based distribution. I have no idea where that's going to go. I just am alerting you to that because should that approach be accepted, that would change everything with respect to city projects coming before this board, because likely there would be no more MPO prioritization, review, or ranking if the cities are receiving a direct allocation and a distribution. Okay? So that is a program issue that we're working through right now.
Where did you say that stood exactly? Sorry.
It stands with the fact that, to my knowledge, at least 2 municipalities have passed resolutions requesting a population-based distribution of 10% of the annual revenues.
Gretchen, I'm sorry. Can you
Of course.
do the breakdown on the 15.6 billion? I want to understand exactly.
Okay. Let me, even though it's very small and I always struggle to blow it up when I'm using this. Why? Why is Zoom not an option?
Try right-clicking on the...
Marquee Zoom. I'm not sure what that means. Nope.
There it is at the bottom.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. There we go. Okay. So this may be more detail than you are asking for, but this is also available on the website. You can take as much time with this as you would like, and I highly recommend that you do. This is an year-by-year categorical distribution, which if you scroll, come on, let me go. Nope. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just really interested in the overarching
Let's go
budget
back to.
item.
So
there's
you've
15
got
billion.
$7.2 billion in new surtax money for operating.
That's operating existing County,
It's operating
city?
existing and new. It's everything.
New and
It's the 30-year plan.
Okay.
So you've got your existing, you've got paratransit with its growth, exponential. You've got new bus service plan support. You've got new light rail plan support. So everything, both existing and new, is included in that 7.2 billion. Okay? Then on the capital side, you're looking at a little over 4 billion dedicated to capital.
And that's
But
new
all of those
capital
nu-
investment.
And that's all new, all new capital
All
investment.
those numbers exclude, that's all county because you've got the cities
And then the
separate-
cities are down
separate.
here. Yes.
Okay, got it.
Do you have a breakdown of the money that the cities are getting by city?
Yes.
And if they impose this 10%, would it,
There are winners and losers, like in all things. So there are, I would say, and I did not bring the sheet with me, but I feel relatively confident that I'm giving you good information because I've looked at it so many times. There are about 15 cities, so roughly half of the cities would benefit, and half of the cities would lose money.
what doesn't make sense, the city submitted their program, that's what their needs are. You found a way to fund it, we all voted 70%, whatever it was. Why would they, I shouldn't ask.
No, you may ask, and it's a perfect.
I mean, if their system was designed to do it all, they got what they wanted, and now they're coming back and say, well, I want more. I mean, that doesn't make
Well,
sense.
actually, they wouldn't be getting more, right?
Well, some
They'd
would.
actually be getting less.
Well, some would get more.
Some would
wouldn't.
get more. You're right.
And they didn't have the projects to justify the more in the first place.
Well, here's why they're asking. Because I went to a BCCMA meeting with Bertha, and this came up, and it was hotly debated and discussed. And I can tell you from going out and meeting with all of these municipalities during the development of the plan, and then afterwards, so there are some legitimate concerns that municipalities have that it's on us to try to figure out how to address. And the idea of doing the 5 and 10-year plans and bringing them to the oversight board is one of our ways of trying to address those concerns. So cities have a legitimate concern. I think we would feel the same way, the county would, if we had to wait until March of each year to know what projects were going to get funded in October. We need to be able to provide some level of certainty to ourselves and to our municipal partners about which projects you all have deemed eligible and which expenditures you have approved, proposed expenditures, so that we can all plan and kind of have an idea of what types of revenues they're going to see in each given fiscal year. So that was one of the reasons why developing a 5 and 10-year plan has been put on the table. Because the reason they wanted that 10% population-based distribution was certainty. It's just certainty. And so the more certainty we can build into this process moving forward as we implement, the better off we will all be. And I think it will assuage the concerns of our municipalities because, as you know, the project-based plan is what we sold. And I think moving away from that can create issues for us.
Well, one of the things that you said you're not going to do, and I agree with that, is bonding. But if you had a situation where X, Y, and Z cities needed most of their money early, you would have that as a potential tool, I would assume,
Especially
to solve that.
Absolutely, especially if
But
they know.
That's not our purview. I'm just sorry.
No, it is your purview, again, because you're going to be looking at the projects and you're going to be looking at revenue and you're going to be looking at the forecast and you're going to be looking at assumptions, and that's part of your role when it comes to transparency and accountability to the taxpayers. So you're going to have to understand, is this city asking for a project that's going to be bonded, and do we need to encumber that revenue for the next 5 or 10 years? I mean, it's a perfectly legitimate conversation for us to be having.
I just conceptually, because I don't know enough about this, but so you guys know for the record, I think the idea of giving out money based on population moves away from the idea that we're trying to resolve regional transportation, okay? And at the end of the day, there are cities and there are areas within cities that are getting the biggest impact and wear and tear from traffic and other issues. There are cities that have totally different problems than other cities. And I think when you start pulling it away from, not us, but away from the county and the staff's purview, and you start handing it back to the cities, it looks to me, it smells to me, and since we're the oversight board, like a money grab, rather than a funding and capital and sources to fix problems. So that's the way I see it.
We need to look at the big picture.
You need to see the big picture.
I would like to add to that because I think that's exactly the point. That's why this is so difficult for us, because we're looking big picture, county-wise, what's the best way that we can approve as eligible X projects and, figure out a prioritization situation based on what we're told makes sense when, it's fragmented by what each city wants. So I don't know how we deal with the bigger centralization problem, because we're looking at this big picture,
Right.
but we are dealing with pieces of the puzzle that everybody wants a piece of it. And so I would love to see how we might, in some way collectively, decide how we're going to deal with this. That's a big issue.
And I want to piggyback on both comments. That was my question earlier. I really wanted to find out what guidance we will have with respect to what the priorities are, so we can make decisions based on what the challenges are in each of the areas, but how it impacts globally in the county.
Just a comment about that. The cities made their list of what they thought they needed and wanted. They've had a chance to now even change it. They've given us their wish list, which is kind of global. And I think we should start by using that as a guideline. This other issue, which may or may not happen, is interesting, but we at least have a list. We have a list of what the county wants. We have a list of what the cities wanted, at least. They're given a chance to even change their priorities. They're not given a chance, apparently, to change their budget, but you gotta start somewhere.
And
But anyway, just-
keep in mind that if you look at that map, and if you look at what was his name, the gentleman that did the technology,
Lenny Bielpondo.
Lenny's, if you look at that tool, from a voter's perspective, we are trying to cover the entire county and effectuate mobility. And so I think that I'm just going on record, and we all are going on record on how we see it. And I don't think that, again, I'm going to say it one more time, I don't think using population per city is the right way to go.
Right, and it is a county, a charter county regional transportation surtax is what it's titled in the statute.
So when you say that two cities have come forward and want it to be based on population, who makes that decision? Who responds to that?
Well, the county commission would have to make a decision about whether or not it wanted to entertain a change to the ordinance or to the interlocal agreement. It would be a decision of the charter county who levied the tax.
Will they make that decision at their next meeting? Because otherwise everything gets held up.
I'm going to move away from this conversation because it is not a place that we need to be. It is not an issue that this oversight board needs to tackle because it isn't something that that you have a lot of influence in. I simply wanted to bring it to your attention because you have to at least know what the issues are in the community because you're going to be contacted by the press. We're going to talk about that. This is a very high-profile position that you're in. I want you to understand what's happening, but I simultaneously don't want you to get mired down with this, because until and if and when a majority of cities take that action, it will become an issue that the Board of County Commissioners will have to tackle, or at least decide whether or not it wants to tackle. Until that time, we are going to move forward. The MPO, I mean, this would impact the interlocal agreement with the MPO substantially. So we are trying to figure out how to finalize an interlocal agreement with the Metropolitan Planning Organization with this as an outstanding issue. And we'll just keep you apprised as things progress. Yes.
Go ahead.
Just one note that something we need to keep in mind is that we have a 30-year sunset on this. Particularly when you look at the numbers that say there's $6 or $7 billion of operating costs that are buried into these projections, and what happens at the end of that 30 years if the citizens are so dissatisfied with the performance of this surtax and our performance in safeguarding those funds for the taxpayers, that they say, well, we're just going to let this die. And there's a major fiscal issue there at the end of that 30-year period. So, I mean, while I agree we don't have a role to play in making that determination, we have a role to play as it relates to delivery of what we have promised, what this community has been promised.
Gretchen, I understand you don't want us to talk about it. However, and I know we're a very young infantile group here, but to me, something like this, saying back to the county, and I'm only speaking for myself right now, I think we have an obligation sooner or later to let the county know how, to me, it takes away exactly what we're trying to do as a county-wide transportation system that benefits all. And to say, hey, I'm gonna let it go, I don't feel comfortable letting it go. I don't know, Alan I know doesn't, but I don't know. No, but this to me is a decision, it may sound strange, but if we're gonna be effective, we need to take positions on things. Maybe this wasn't what they envisioned, but that to me would take away the whole idea of what this whole thing's set up to be.
I apologize. I did not in any way want to say that I didn't want you to talk about it. What I was suggesting is that it's so early that I'm not certain where it's going to go.
I understand that, but to me, I come from a very private sector, and when things pop up like this, they need to be addressed.
Well, that is a perfect segue to the next part of your agenda, because what you can do is organize yourselves, create an officer structure, make some decisions about how you want to conduct business. And I just want to offer that while you're not a normal advisory board and you're not subject to the same rules governing advisory boards, we would normally, if you wanted to communicate with the Board of County Commissioners, the chair would draft a letter, and through your board coordinator, it would be distributed to the county commission. So if you all want to take a position, you want to take action on this, you want to vote on this, once you've organized yourselves, you have every right to do so.
Gretchen? Oh, sorry, go ahead. I had one question before we kind of move away from the budgeted amounts. So you had mentioned kind of a leverage model and kind of mentioned that there may be other opportunities to, have matching dollars come in. Is that above and beyond what was up there, which would be, that's the fantastic thing to do, right? We get this approved and then we make sure that it's leveraged to the largest extent that it can be. That's the whole point of having funds. What assumptions are in what was up there compared to where we may go with that, and who's tracking that and in charge of that process?
Great question. The leverage assumptions built into the financial plan were very conservative. And they became even more conservative post-wave because we feel relatively confident that accessing federal funds for rail in the early years of this plan will be difficult as a result. So we're looking at a $3 billion leverage assumption over 30 years. What I'm hearing coming out of Washington, D.C. makes me think that we may be able to do better than that. And if an infrastructure bill were ever to come out, the amount of local skin in the game in this community would make us very competitive. There are some new discretionary grants that we now qualify for. There are things that we've never really gone after, TIFIAs and WIFIAs, and we don't even know, because we've never had the local dedicated source of revenue available to go after some of these types of projects, what's possible.
Right, so kind of the second part of what I was asking, maybe you were going to get there, is since we haven't been there before, is it the county's role, I guess in conjunction with the MPO, like who's going to drive to make sure that we do receive the maximum leverage that we can, and kind of study that? I want to make sure that that actually gets studied and we don't miss things. I've applied for grants with nonprofits, and you don't realize you can apply for something until you get a different grant writer. That's a micro idea of comparison of what we're talking about. And finally, I think it ties into what we were just talking about, because the more the county has control over that, the easier you can go and apply for things and understand what's out there. If you're saying, well, look, these dollars are going to come in and then we're just going to allocate it based on percentages, and it's not project-based, I think that would be less likely.
Well, again, so I'm going to try to address all of your questions. The last question first. The population-based distribution concept is specific to municipal projects, and we have no assumptions. So our financial plan did not make any assumptions with respect to municipal projects leveraging federal and state dollars, okay? So the $3 billion is on the county's projects, which are roughly 77% of the total revenue. My background, which is very varied, okay, I've worn many, many hats, but through most of my hats, I've been involved in grants and governmental relations. That's what I do. Appropriations, grants, and governmental relations. And I am hoping that I can work closely with cities that have well-developed grant programs and the MPO and FDOT to try to do a coordinated ask on our big projects. That's what we've all talked about. That's what we all believe is going to be most efficacious. And that's the way that we are also going to be able to report to the community in a centralized and coordinated way what we're doing. Because if we're each going out doing our own thing, we're not going to be maximizing our resources.
Gretchen, just a quick question. Could you help me understand how this board can prioritize projects? You have an interlocal agreement with the municipalities, minimum 10% of the funding. And then you've got, I see here, a table going out 30 years with O&M and capital expenditures. So, and then the MPO has their own prioritization process, trying to alleviate congestion, promote connectivity. But within that framework, I'm trying to understand how this board could prioritize projects. Say, there's 3 or 4 projects, and one is an underserved community, and we want that project to be first out of the gate. Is that something, in theory, that we could do?
Not under the current ordinance, no. The way that the ordinance is currently drafted, the MPO and the county are bringing you our recommendations, our list of projects for any given year. And you are approving that list of projects and the associated expenditures for those projects. But the prioritization, the ranking and the prioritization process would be done by the cities, the MPO, and the county, and FDOT to some extent. And we would be bringing you the projects that are in first of all, obviously, we want to make sure it's geographically distributed, areas of highest need, demonstrated impacts, meeting the goals of the ordinance, and hopefully, and we've been talking extensively with the MPO about this as well, you want to prioritize projects that can get grants, that can leverage federal dollars. And if you write a successful grant, guess what? That project's going to get prioritized. But because of the way that this is structured, you all have to conceptually approve every project before we even apply for that grant. So when we bring you that 5 and 10-year plan, it's going to be contemplating every possible project that we would want to do in that time period. That's the priority. In the first 5 years, these are the things that we want to get done. And I'm not saying that there aren't opportunities for you all to have conversations about what we bring to you, but I don't see, and Angela, I'm gonna, ask you too, but I don't see in the ordinance as it's currently drafted a prioritization role.
But I think you just hit the nail on the head. I think we've all been concerned about how we're going to approve these fundings without some measure of a guideline. And so you've just kind of itemized it, and I don't know if that's set in stone, but it at least gives us some concept of how we would grade these projects.
Right.
Because,
So
we don't want a rubber stamp. We want to know what your internal priorities are and what the external in terms of the city's priorities are, so we can make an informed decision.
Right. So the legwork involved in vetting each of the projects and determining which ones will, promote connectivity and relieve traffic congestion. So there's going to be a lot of staff from the county, from the Florida Department of Transportation, from the municipalities that review. You can see the level of work that's already gone into the different projects that were included in the plan that are on the website. So the group of you are not expected to go out and vet each of these things. So what will come to you is information regarding how we got there. Right, there'll be presentations regarding the projects, and there'll be information regarding what they're expected to accomplish, and those are the things that you will consider. Does that help you? And why?
Yes, I feel really assured.
Okay.
You guys are quite competent, and you're really answering the question, so we're good.
Well,
We're good.
and we also, when you get to the point where you start talking about how you want to meet and what those meetings look like, public input is going to be incredibly important. We anticipate investing in a lot of technology so that we can do 3D modeling for you. So that if we have gone into design on a project that we believe is a shovel-ready project, that you all can see exactly how it would be phased, how there would be maintenance of traffic, the type of outreach that would be done to businesses. I mean, we intend to treat this like we would, the county commission, as far as people being able to come and speak, you all being able to ask for the presentations that you feel like you need, and making sure that the transparency, so that the public understands why you're making the decisions you're making, why we're making the recommendations we're making. You're going to have a pretty high level of detail for that. So we anticipate it'll be treated kind of like our budget public hearings are.
So speaking to that, you mentioned earlier, and at some point today, are we going to be looking at the structure of this board, how our agendas are laid out on a monthly or
Bi-monthly, depending
quarterly,
on-
or whenever we meet, how the meetings will run? I'm assuming that, Gretchen, you're going to be kind of like our executive director or
If
something.
you'll have me.
Oh man, we got super. She's the one that finds all the money. So anyway, because I think that takes a little bit of thought too, right? And how we're going to be structured, or
Well, you'll see the agenda. It's the very next thing,
Great.
and I don't want to be presumptuous, because the appointing authority, this time, and I see you, when this time came, the appointing authority went ahead and started doing nominations, and the chair kind of took over the meeting. So I want to allow you to do this however you see fit, but in the agenda, just so that we did not miss anything, if you decide to select a chair and the chair takes over the meeting, we want to get through, how do you want your agendas prepared? How would you like minutes handled? And here's another nice option. We don't have to meet here. You know, what I would like to recommend to you, especially in the beginning, maybe it makes more sense, but as we kind of develop and grow and we're starting to do more public outreach and talking about projects, you know, going out to the communities and moving these meetings is an option for us. Our public communications team has the ability to do live webcasts and recorded meetings like this in other places. So you don't have to feel like this is your only option. We do need to be able to record the meetings. And all of those things are decisions that you all can make. We could have live webcast this meeting from this room, but I didn't want to be presumptuous because there may be people who don't feel comfortable with that. We can record them, edit out the parts where we're eating or where we're not actually doing business and load them to the website, which is what we have been doing with the appointing authority. So how your public records requests are going to be handled, how frequently you would like to meet, all of those things are on the agenda to be handled, and anything else that you all would like to.
Before we get off the budget, the $3.5 billion that was requested by the cities, I assume you have a breakdown by city of that $3.5 billion, correct?
Yes.
Which I think can be a very good tool for us to use. Just another comment, I think this board has an opportunity, may sound strange, but from the private sector, all I've heard is county cities don't get along. This should provide us an opportunity to maybe mend that bridge, because we're looking at all the cities in the county. And I think we can take that as an opportunity to, that's why I assume we're later on today going to get into this other issue, but I just wanted to, I think the fact that the cities have made their request is important, and they're given a chance to change it. But I think it's important information for us to have. And
I think the fact that the budget is showing 23% going to the cities shows a lot of responsibility on the. First of all, this thing, the first go round shouldn't have been split between the county and the city, and I think that the county's got the helm is the smart way to do it. And one last thing, you can't go from city line to city line and complain about traffic. Okay.
all those county projects go through every city, so the city's getting more than 23%.
Well, that's a very, very good point, and one that we made frequently. 95% of all of the county's planned projects will occur inside of a municipal boundary. Only 5% of these projects are in our unincorporated area or the municipal services district.
So we want a county without city borders approach, right?
Well.
Yes. Yeah, I'm trying. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the selection of a chair. I also want to recognize that, Angela, did you want to pass out this information? Okay, so Angela prepared a very nice document for you all with just some information gleaned about other boards that are similar to you, and there aren't many, but the county has had a few boards with this type of decision-making authority and independence, and she looked at those and came up with some ideas for you from a governance standpoint, because you all will need to have bylaws, board governing documents, and the commissioners were very open. They were not restrictive at all because they wanted you all to have the autonomy and the independence to determine your own self-governance structure and what works for you.
And so the first 1, 2, 3, 4 sections are basically covered by the ordinance, and it just kind of outlines your purpose and your duties and the membership of the oversight board. But if you start at section 5, it's about meetings of the oversight board. And so it gives you the opportunity to decide how often you want to meet, what, when regular meetings will be, how special meetings will be called, notices of a meeting. And so the quorum section on the second page comes from the county's code. And so there's certain officers you get to select which officers you want. Do you want just a chair and a vice chair? Do you want a secretary? What from among your board members, and how you would like to organize, and you can start to have a conversation regarding staff, because the county will be providing staff to support this board, and what staff functions you would like to see fulfilled.
We also have a minute secretary, so you can either select your own secretary and have that person take just very general minutes, or we can have full transcriptions, which is what we're doing right now. And again, these are all things that you all can decide.
In terms of making some of these decisions, I mean, in how we work with the county staff, are there certain staff that are allocated to us now? I mean, obviously you're spending your time doing this, so how much of your job responsibility going into the future is allocated to us, and if it's not, how to request that, and then also, do we need other staff people assigned to this group as we ramp up what we're doing?
I'm going to try to thread this needle, but as part of the reorganization that I mentioned to you several times, the idea is we are going to have to stand up a $350 million organization very quickly. Every staff person that's part of that reorg will be at your disposal. And the idea of co-locating, which I feel passionately about, and I know Ms. Henry does as well, is a way of also leveraging existing resources so that we're not taking money from the Surtax to hire a bunch of people because they're all working in silos. So the idea is to have engineers, members of the innovation office, modelers, and business folks, financial folks, budget folks, grants people, purchasing, you name it, all of our transit individuals, everyone who's doing engineering, construction, highway, bridges, and a Surtax, a small Surtax-focused staff, all in one place. And when you all come, no matter what you want to know, I can get you to the right person. So the idea is that any staff person that you need, including the MPO, FDOT, cities, all you have to do is ask, and they will arrive.
I have one quick request, badging, so we don't have to go through this process.
Okay, so we've made an appointment for all the members of your board to be issued officials badges, the county badges that are issued to officials today at 3:00. So, and that's on the first floor of this building in security. So the appointment's already been made. They have all your names, and then you don't have to sign in when you come in and out of the county building. You just show your badge like we show ours. Okay?
And that would work at the Governmental Center West facility as well, which is another option for you all to meet there, since a lot of our transportation-related functions exist there.
One of the things I don't see on this proposed list or operational policy, the county has had a problem in the past relative to vacancies on boards. And I know there is what's called the board book that has a set of rules relative to what constitutes a absence, and how many absences have to occur before somebody is removed from the board. Do we need to have that written in here? Because although today we're all new to this, and we're all committed, having witnessed in the past, sometimes the enthusiasm wears and people don't start showing up for meetings, and the business of the boards get put aside because of those vacancies.
Right, so you can have a discussion and make some decisions among yourselves. So there is a section of the ordinance that governs advisory boards, but that section defines advisory boards as those that are appointed by the county commission. Because this board was not appointed by the county commission, the county commission appointed selected where the nominees for the appointing authority would come from, and the appointing authority seats the members of this board. So in the event of the need to remove or an abandonment, so this body can decide what would constitute an abandonment, how many meetings someone would be able to miss without there being a vote by the body to have that person removed. And then appointment, and so you're allowed to serve successive terms. I think it provides for a 4-year term each and allows for successive terms, but all those decisions are made by the appointing authority. But we can have a discussion about how many absences this body prefers, or if you want to make a reference to sections of 1-233 related to that and adopt those, we can do that as well. So it's up to how you want to organize yourselves.
Phil, I agree. I think we need something, but I was looking under quorum here, and 5 out of the 9 I understand would constitute a quorum. And it says a simple majority of the votes of the members present and constituting a quorum. So it has to be 5, and then it has to be 3 of the 5. So if we did have absences, at least we can still conduct business, but I do agree with you, something needs to be done with that.
Right, so that's, as it's written, that's the suggestion, because that's how other boards conduct themselves. But if you want to alter those numbers in terms of, a quorum, just under Robert's rules, if you want to, your procedures governed by Robert's rules, a quorum is a majority, a physical majority. And
I would think Robert's rules is what we would like to adopt, because we're probably most used to using those.
That's what's listed in here, I think under procedures is Robert's rules. But, so it's all up for discussion.
Can I say, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
It's a quick question. Are we going to be introduced to the county commissioners at any point? And my reason for asking that is I wondered whether or not conversations about the ordinance with commission members, are there any issues with that? Just wondered.
My recommendation is that, and Angela, please chime in, is that just what I said before, if you want to communicate with the commission in your official capacity about anything that is related to your oversight board membership, it should be done formally, in writing, through your chair, to me, and distributed to all members of the commission at the same time.
Right.
That's how we generally handle it. And then if you're asking them to take action, it is up to a particular member. So once I distribute that, it is on them whether or not to place an item on the agenda about whatever issue it is that you've asked them about.
I wanted clarification because I do a lot of interaction with county commissioners, and I wanted to make sure that was clarified.
Yes, and the reason that in your packet that was distributed, there was a mention of possibly you all coming to the board retreat on March 15th was if there were any specific issues that came out of this meeting that you wanted to address with them, or questions or changes to the ordinance, because again, this is the time, that this is the time. Within the next couple of months, we're going to have the ordinance and the administrative code and the ILAs pretty much wrapped up. So if you are interested in coming, if that's something that you would like to do, I can communicate that with the mayor and see if they could put time on the agenda that day for you to make a brief presentation to them about whatever your issues are.
Can I ask that once we determine who our chair is, that potentially we bring in this advisory board guideline of how the boards are made up and the rules that include the absentee stuff and all of that. I think that that's perfectly fine if we followed that kind of
Okay,
guideline.
I can
And then we
bring
can adopt it later as a board.
copies of 1-233, so of the Code of Ordinances, so that all of you can review it, and
Right.
then you'll have context. I'll get that for you.
I'm going to comment on the elephant in the room. I have a problem selecting a chair today because I don't know everybody that well. I appreciate the penny, but I've served on a lot of boards, but generally it's not the first thing. I know this is a new board, but I'm just throwing that out there, especially if we're going to select someone for 4 years, which is what I read here.
So my recommendation is that you not do that, okay? And that you select a chair for a temporary period of time until you all have the ability to kind of congeal as a body and get to know each other a little bit better. And again, you know, I'm very well versed in running retreats. I do all of the strategic planning for the county and for the county commission, and you know, we can engage in something like that, perhaps, you know, over the summer at your leisure, but for the time being, just so that there's some level of organizational structure, especially because it seems like I hear consensus that you all would like to communicate with the commission, and it would not be it would just be best if it was done through a chair, even if that chair was just temporary and maybe for 6 months.
Does the chair have to serve for 4 years? I mean, is it required? Can we
No, that's what I was
change
just
that?
saying, is that you can, this is just
A guide.
you can create your own governance guidelines. Angela was trying to be helpful by giving you something to react to so that you're not creating it from whole cloth. But you could decide that you want to have a different chair every year.
Yeah.
You can decide that you want to have a rotating chair or a chair for 6 months and then a chair for 2 years. Whatever you all want to do is fine.
Allison, to expedite maybe a chair for on a temporary basis, is there anyone interested in being the chair? And maybe we can start it from there for a set period of time.
I nominate Alan over there. He's waving his hand.
Helen, yes.
So the motion is a 6-month chairmanship, is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Just for the record. So I guess since we don't have a chair yet, I have to say, all those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm closing nominations. I didn't see any other nominations.
I think it's fine, but Doug kind of said I would be interested, and then Alan said he would be interested. So just, I don't want to close it out immediately
I'm sorry, I
without
missed
some
that.
sort of due process. I mean, I'm not interested, so the 7-month-old at home and a full-time job, so that's okay for me not to be included. But let's just make sure that, you know, is there anyone else that is interested? And then also, you know, if we have 2 people interested, what is the
Then you have a co-chair.
process? Maybe we can make one a co-chair, exactly. Maybe that would be the idea. 'Cause especially if you can't,
Or vice chair.
if you can't attend or
Yeah,
something.
we're going to need a chair and a vice chair for sure, because
Yeah, so we have 2 people, so why don't we just, I would be for that, yeah. Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All right.
So do you have what you need, Nancy?
Mr. Allen was, Doug was for vice chair, and was it Ms. Kelly?
And I'd like to ask the group, if moving down the line here about secretary, I don't know that we need a transcription for every word in terms of, you know, approving the minutes from the last meeting. I mean, we can do that if folks works. I guess my question is to staff, if we don't use the county provided a court reporter, do we need someone else to take minutes?
Yes, so if you do not use county staff services as your secretary, then you would have to have someone to create your agendas, post your sunshine notices, and ensure that you have minutes that are available by law, you know, that would be.
Then I guess in follow-up to that response, then I would support keeping the county involved in
I
managing
second
that aspect
that.
of it.
Yeah, well, not only that, it would take someone away from something that someone else could do.
So I'm going to turn this over to your newly elected chair.
Just like that.
No agenda.
You do, you have the agenda in front of you, just
Okay.
move through it.
Where are we? So we've selected a chair.
So you've selected a chair and a vice chair. You've made a
Right.
decision that you did not want a secretary, and so I would imagine that unless someone else would like to have a treasurer or anything like that, but since you don't have any money, that isn't really necessary, you would go on to B.
Where am I?
Well, let me jump in for 1 second while we kind of move through this,
Sure.
because the way that this quickly happens, so we elected a chair, and then now Alan is going through the agenda, which maybe is fine, but maybe we should pause for a moment and just talk about what the chair is going to do, because, so for example, I asked about your role previously. Granted that we now have a chair, like, let's start with a simple question. Are you going to be attending all of our meetings?
Yes.
I would assume yes.
I will be attending all of your meetings.
Okay. So, and would you, I mean, I guess this is for our group to decide, but could we decide if we wanted to have you run part of our meeting with an agenda that the chair has pre-approved, but you help facilitate if we chose to do so?
Absolutely. The way
Okay.
that we do it at the county is that county staff develops an agenda and brings it to the mayor, which would be the chair to approve it. And we can certainly do that, absolutely.
And I'm fine handing it over to our new chair, and of course have confidence in our chair. But since you put this agenda together, and this is up to us and up to our chair, maybe you should continue through it. I mean, I don't know.
No, I agree, because I wasn't privy to this information, but just to answer your question on the way I was the chair for like 16 years at the TMA and also at the Downtown Development Authority. And what you said is about what happens. What happens is staff or an executive director would establish an agenda and bring it to the chair. The chair would then have a meeting on a monthly basis, go over the agenda. And typically I'll go through the beginning of the meeting, approve the minutes, do a roll call. Maybe there's some words from the chair, or there's some other things, some house cleaning items, and then we go into an executive director's report. So it might be some of the business at hand that day. I would almost allow Gretchen to just run it, and then when we have questions or something, or you want to speak, we keep it in order, and you just look to me and say, Mr. Chair, and then you just kind of, and I'll call on you, and then it just gets the meeting. It's really the chair, in my opinion, at this level, because staff has so much expertise, is more as a quarterback just to keep the meeting running and not allow it to get out of hand.
Alan, in essence, aren't we nominating Gretchen as executive director?
I would say so, if she wants it, but I think she would be great.
I mean, that's what I think, that's our next.
Do we have to do that? Should we do that?
I'd like to make a motion.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, pay raise.
Bertha, are you
She gets the
listening?
same as we do.
So then,
I'd like to make a motion that we select Gretchen to be our executive director.
Second.
all right, all those in favor? Those opposed? Gretchen.
Yay.
All right.
Thank you. I certainly am very honored and humbled by that, and I hope that I can serve you in this capacity for a while.
You have already.
I would, so what I will do, since I have never done this before, and I just want to make sure that I do it properly, is that when we get to an action item, then I assume that I need to turn it back over to the chair so that you can take, you can request the vote for.
That's right.
Okay, for
That's right.
motion. Wanted to make
And you'll
sure.
go through the action item and discuss and go over any information that we need, and then we'll, and sometimes the member will just make a motion.
Okay.
So.
Oh, right. That's not how we do it at commission meetings, so I'll have to learn a new process. So the decision
how I've
about
been
the
doing it.
frequency of meetings and the locations of meetings, so I've mentioned to you that you have a lot of options. This room is completely wired and has the video equipment necessary to do live web feeds. We're already doing recorded, and I would recommend that you all stay with a video and audio of every meeting. It's just helpful from a public transparency standpoint and to be able to go back and refresh your recollection on things that have happened. There is a room at the Governmental Center West that I would also want to commend to you because the parking there is free. It is used as a public hearing room already, so it is set up as a public hearing room, and we would have the option of also doing recordings there. And other places as well, if you all have any interest in meeting in other places in the community, you all can make a decision about that, and then I can confer with our public communications team to see whether or not they have the ability, if the Wi-Fi is strong enough in that particular facility, for us to be able to live webcast it. So,
Just want to jump in a little bit. I think it is important for us to move our meetings throughout the county so that taxpayers can participate as needed.
I would second that, and I think
Okay. Am I running the
maybe
meeting?
next one or two.
Okay. 'Cause no. I just want to get on track here. Okay, go ahead.
I'm saying I agree 100%. We need to move the meetings, although the next few, which are probably going to be more frequent than quarterly, might want to stay here for
A little while.
until we get our feet on the ground.
Yes.
Okay.
May I be
I don't-
recognized?
Yes, sir.
I
Yes.
would
Yes,
concur.
Phil.
I think, I like the idea of moving around once we are more established. I think in the interim, though, we're going to have several meetings that either should be here or potentially at West. If that is in fact where the organization is going to be, we might want to consider that the plantation meeting site rather than here.
I'm
just
open either
because
way.
all the rest of the staff is going to be out there.
Yes,
May I-
ma'am.
May I? Okay.
Yes.
For sunshine law purposes, we have to be in a public space. So, in addition to the notice requirement, it has to be in a facility that's open to everyone and has sufficient space to accommodate the public if they want to participate. And so I know that the county has this building and Government Center West, so we would have to identify other public buildings that have the ability to accommodate this board and the proceedings and allow the public participation. So that's something we'd have to look into
I would be
arranging.
reaching out to cities to ask how many cities would allow, would be amenable to us utilizing their facilities, because from an AV standpoint and from a public participation standpoint, those would be the best types of facilities for us to look at.
Right. And with regard to parking, if any of you parked in the Government Center garage today, do you know that you can have your parking card validated so that you don't have to pay for your parking? We can do that also if you.
Okay. One other thing, so let's, when are we going to have our meetings? I must say that whatever this is, the third Thursday, the second Thursday of every month, I missed my DDA meeting this morning because of this, so I can't do it the second Thursday of every month. So if we can maybe talk about when we feel comfortable having our month, are we going to have monthly meetings? I think for now we probably should.
Yeah, and I agree,
Correct.
they ought to be at the same time and day if we
Yeah,
can.
we should try to select a day of the month. What do you think, Gretchen?
Oh, I'm fine with that. I was going to tell you that we also missed the MPO meeting today. So yeah, the Thursdays are not all Thursdays are equally
Right.
bad, but
That's
this
right.
yes.
Third
right.
Thursday is no good for me either.
Okay.
I have a meeting
Alan,
here.
I had to go through this with the homeowners association the other day, and let's try to start off with, see if we can get an agreement on a day of the week.
Right.
In other words, what days do we rule out and what's left?
Well, can
Because,
may I just chime in that if you would like to meet, the next meeting here, I have availability on this room for the entire month of April. So I can
Okay.
tell you every day that this room is available, if you decide you want to do it here.
Yeah, but I was discussing the idea of having us in our brains pick a day of the week.
Okay.
We can try it and hopefully get all of us available. It's very tough with 9 people, I know.
Okay,
Plus room.
I can tell you, from my perspective, Wednesdays are usually good, and except for the Broward workshop morning, but that gets over at 9 o'clock anyway. And then we probably want to decide what time in the morning or the
Yeah,
afternoon.
we're not coming at 8:30 anymore, I can guarantee
Also,
that.
also Thursdays are good if it's not that particular Thursday. So, and I'm open, whatever anybody else, any other suggestions that, the thing that Marty Brown at the DDA does is she sends out this calendar doodle thing, and it sends out all the days that are open, and then everybody gets polled, and then she finds the common day through this app. It works fantastic. I mean, I could even ask her to help try to do this.
Better help you.
Huh? I mean, because we got a lot of people sitting here, and we're trying to figure out a date.
Wednesday.
Why don't we talk about April?
What-
You want to try a day? You want to?
I think we should try it.
Try it.
Okay, let's go.
What kind of consensus we can get, but I like the idea of being flexible. I think we all agree with that. But if we all know, hey, Wednesday works, then let's try to narrow it down.
Are Wednesdays typically good for everybody?
Wednesday,
Okay, so
third Wednesday,
third
So-
Wednesday?
Third Wednesdays are not good for me.
second Wednesday.
And you have a commission meetings on
Tuesdays are great days.
Wednesdays are not good?
Wednesday afternoons are fine. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Well, how about,
Wednesday.
no?
Third Wednesdays are not good for me. Third Wednesday.
Are Thursdays good other than, like,
Third, just third Wednesday is not good, so second
Oh,
Wednesday.
But I
okay.
prefer and like the third.
okay, so third or fourth, first, third, or fourth Thursday? The only one I can't do is the second.
Third, Thursday is no good for me.
Okay, what about the fourth?
Fourth Thursday is fine.
Okay, how's everybody on Thursday, the fourth Thursday of the month? Which in April would be the 25th.
What about March?
Yeah, I think, are we skipping March?
Well, there was discussion about you attending the commission retreat in March.
Yeah, so,
So do you want to schedule a meeting in March and attend the commission retreat? That's something you can, discuss.
Should it be I think it should be the chair attending the
Chair.
commission.
right, so there,
And the executive
the-
director.
until we start getting projects, the only business we have is to organize ourselves, okay? Wait, maybe more, maybe more.
So I was under the impression, and Sanjay, would you just tell me if I'm incorrect? I believe that you all will need to meet in early April to look at the proposed expenditures for 2019. So
Gotcha.
the financial plan that I showed you earlier, the really detailed one, those expenditures, now, we have not gotten our first distribution of proceeds, but it'll come in March, probably April. Then we're gonna need to bring you a plan of how we are going, and I expect Transit and Public Works and MPO and myself will be in front of you with a plan for how we're going to expend 2019 dollars through the budget process. So an April meeting, it would be perfect. And there will be some business other than organizing is all I was suggesting.
Right, so an April meeting, and you're saying early April is,
Well, why don't we do a late March if you're going to do it the
well,
third?
if she's got the
Oh.
budget
Oh.
finished.
Yeah, I'm fine anytime in April. It doesn't, let me ask Norm if there's an issue.
Okay,
April 25th is the fourth Thursday, in line with what we just.
But that might be too late.
is that okay, April 25th?
Or March 28th.
Okay, is everybody good on April 25th?
Everyone except this room.
Everyone what?
This room is not available on April 25th, but that's fine. I'll find another space for us.
We go
It's no
west?
problem. Yeah, we can, I'll make it work.
Yeah, we can do that.
I'll make it work.
Okay, so April 25th, what time is good for everybody? My Thursday's fairly open, so I don't know how everybody else feels.
We want to
Want to do it in the
go
morning, or do you want to do it for the afternoon?
morning, but not, we want to avoid the traffic.
Okay. So what do you want to do?
9:30. We're on, how many hours are we going to be meeting initially? Who knows, right?
Well, once we start doing work, it's probably going to get a little busy. So can we do 9 o'clock? Is everybody okay with 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
That gets the day started?
That's fine.
Doesn't break up our morning? Okay, 9 o'clock on April 25th is our next meeting, and then we're going to try to maintain the fourth Thursday at 9 o'clock. Are we going to do this monthly, guys? Do you guys want to do it monthly?
Until we get
Yes.
comfortable.
Sorry.
Until we get comfortable?
Yes, until
Yeah.
we get more knowledgeable about.
Okay, all right, we're going to start meeting on a monthly basis on the fourth Thursday, 9 o'clock in the morning,
Starting in April. Starting in April.
starting in April, April 25th.
That needs to be a motion.
I don't think so. I think we all got consensus.
I think a motion.
I think we should
Really?
have a motion, a second, and a vote, please.
Okay. Is that a
So moved.
motion? Okay, you got the second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. All right. Do we have any more business today?
Yeah, the MPO and FDOT.
Yes, we do have
Okay.
other business today, I'm sorry. The other piece is, would you like me to prepare an agenda for that meeting and work with you? Okay, so what we had talked about was having some presentations at your next meeting so that you weren't completely overwhelmed today. I did invite the MPO to come and speak with you today, just to give you an overview of who they are and what they do. FDOT is also here. If you have any questions of FDOT, which you very well may after the MPO presentation. And I also have public communications here. So they were going to come back to you at the next meeting and do a presentation about the website to see if you want to keep the existing website, how you want to change it to make it your own, and any things like that. Are you amenable to having presentations at your next meeting? And I know you said you'd like the CFO there as well, Phil.
Yes, sir.
One of the areas, too, I would like to have discussed is the presentation from the CFO
Yes.
relative to financial reporting, auditing, and also I think there is a reference relative to performance audits and whether we need to be thinking about separately contracting that kind of service out, not necessarily for this year, but for the coming years.
I know.
I have that.
Yes, sir. We also need to talk about the procedures.
If you're prepared to do that, it depends on the body.
I would like to.
Go ahead, yeah.
I would like
I
an
can't see
opportunity
anybody's
to be
name.
able to read the
Review it?
procedures, just to get up, just to be prepared and know what I want to talk about and what my position would be on this.
Okay, that's
So I would like
fine.
to do it maybe as part of the agenda for the next
Yep.
meeting.
Right, so those are provided just for you to review. They're, 1-233 is actually in the Code of Ordinances. The other is just a draft to get you started. So, and your input regarding, how you're organized and what procedures you want is up to you. And so that can be, you can review those, familiarize yourself with it, think about what your recommendations or desires would be, and we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
That would be great.
And we will send electronic versions of it so that you all can utilize, track changes and edit it.
Chair?
Yes,
I would also like to discuss what Phil just talked about in respect to a budget. Is there a budget for this board? And talk about what that would look like. Because in terms of if we were to want to contract with an auditor or a performance auditor, is that something within our purview? And how much dollars do we have for that purpose? And how does that then tie into the use of the surtax money? So just to get some insight and perspective on that would be helpful for the next time that we're together.
Okay, so because you're not sui juris, you're not a legal entity per se. You cannot contract. So if you decide to select that you want to engage the services of a professional to advise or make recommendations or reports to this body, the contract would be, yes, with the county, but it would be funded with surtax dollars. But you do have the ability to decide which consultants you would like to engage and so forth. The type of right, the type of consultants, yes, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Phil?
Well, I'm reading the ordinance, and not to be argumentative, but it says the oversight board shall retain an independent certified public accountant. I think the board could elect to utilize the county's auditor.
Correct.
As an alternative, but alternatively, there is, I think, directive here that they're our auditor. And it's more about a reporting relationship to the board, the need for or separately issued financial statements, et cetera.
Oh, I understand, but yes, this body has the ability to determine which auditor or whether you want an independent auditor for purposes of this board, but you can't. The contracting is the issue, but so. It would be paid for with surtax funds, but the contracting entity, the legal entity, would have to be the county.
That's okay.
Okay.
But I just don't want a potential loyalty issue get involved entwined in that process.
I understand.
So for shall retain, we would instruct you or the county, who would we instruct to retain X?
We will have a presentation from the CFO at the next meeting, because the CFO has already amended our existing single audit contract to include the auditing of this entity as required by the ordinance.
Right.
So he has retained. However, if you all want an additional audit or a performance audit, as Mr. Allen discussed, then the time to have those conversations it's now. So that at the next meeting, because that would be part of our overall budget request, right? So you all would come, if you have particular needs that you identify, those needs would be included in the overall budget request and proposed expenditures discussion. So you wouldn't be approving your own proposed expenditures, but we would be bringing the proposed surtax expenditures to you. You would be saying, in addition to those, we have these needs, and we would have to put it through our county budget process to get that done.
I have to admit, I've never done this before, where we're just starting from scratch. We have very little guidance on, and I appreciate what Mr. Allen is bringing up right now, but you know, we need some help in determining what some of those expenditures might be. I think some of our members have pretty good ideas on what some of them would be, but we need to kind of figure that out. And is there any suggestions from any of our board members that potentially somebody we could bring to the table that could help us with this, or somebody from the county? Do you guys feel the same way I do? Because I'm feeling a little bit in the dark here.
Well,
Why wouldn't we just ask Gretchen to bring in?
Okay, that's-
But I think that, sorry. I think we already appointed Gretchen.
The executive
to,
director.
To be in charge of all these things, so we can just pile her up with questions and ask her to
but-
bring people in, and then she'll come back and say, yes, I can, or no, I can't.
is
So,
this an audit
let's
of
start with her.
another audit? Are we getting an auditor for us to audit
Well,
somebody
see,
else?
I think it's a very salient to have our CFO come and talk to you, because that is the same, we had the same question. I mean, the ordinance was not particularly clear to us either, because you all don't have any money.
Well,
You don't oversee money, you don't give money out. So the audit is of the surtax fund, which is treated almost like a constitutional officer's budget. So the audit is of the money that is being collected and distributed, but it isn't an audit of you.
No, but the county is doing that.
Yes.
They will share that with us, correct?
Yes, and it has to roll up, all of this information has to roll up into a single audit,
All right.
especially because there will be grants related to these funds.
So Phil, we don't need an auditor
You might
for
want
that, do we?
I don't think so. I mean, I think the CFO can assuage my concerns at this point in time. I just need to make sure that the auditor is treating us sort of like an audit committee of a corporation, that they come to us and they, as part of their work plan to audit the funds, they're also dealing with our issues here at the board level.
Basically, what you're saying, Phil, is we want that auditor that's doing this to report back to us, not just do it and throw it on the table.
And I think he can deal with that through his work order or his
So that's
engagement.
Mr. Smith.
That's our
So
request.
I have professional expertise in this area. I think starting off with discussing with the CFO would be pertinent, and there are issues that can come up. For example, there's different scopes that are applied on a larger scale when they come in and audit the county versus what we'd be concerned with, which is that these funds and this particular fund with the surtax. So I think it is under our purview to understand the procedures that would be applied, what's looked at, what are the safeguards, what are the internal controls that we can be assured of in terms of the transparency, how the cash is maintained. Are there going to be different accounts? If there aren't different accounts, how are these things maintained and segregated? All these things we should get into to make sure that we have the comfort that we should have.
That's great.
Okay, and the statute requires that the funds be segregated, that we create a trust fund for these taxes. And, the county organization has enterprise funds, which, Phil Allen is very familiar with. And so like the funds for the airport and the seaport they're enterprise funds, and those funds have to be segregated and utilized. The revenues from those operations have to be utilized for that operation. So this would be treated the same way. The surtax proceeds are required to be held in a trust fund in a separate account and only expended for specific purposes. And all of that is included in the overall county audit. But we'll have the CFO come to speak.
Just one additional comment to close that discussion out. The ordinance also perceives that the board, the board, have the right to audit the city contracts. So that scope may, over the years, expand to be a separate engagement, just servicing this ward and this particular project, when they have to go out and audit and do performance reviews out into the cities.
All right, so that's going to be one of the line items on our agenda next month, or 2 months, April 25th, right?
Yes.
And what about the last item on this is the bylaws, and that's also going to be discussed at the next meeting. And possibly you and I can maybe talk and kind of get it.
We'll have a meeting in advance of that, at least 3 weeks in advance, to make sure that the presentations and the agenda follow what you all would like.
Okay.
Oops, sorry. So the last item on your agenda, so that you can get down and get your badges by 3 o'clock, is a presentation by the Metropolitan Planning Organization. I'm going to ask FDOT and MPO to come to the table and join us so that they can talk a little bit about how they are going to function and integrate into the implementation of the Surtax. The Mobility Advancement Program. Sorry, I keep calling it, but it's a new name.
As far as I know, okay.
Good. How you doing?
Do you want me to start the presentation?
Move it over.
Excuse me. I'm happy to hit the button.
So how are we going to run this?
I'm going to turn your no? Where is it?
Was this the PowerPoint?
Is that it?
Hi.
Great.
Yep.
Nope.
I think we need you to state your name, and maybe both you guys state your names in the microphone
Give it a try.
for our reporter.
Mr. Moore, Recorder.
My name is Mark Plass. I'm a District Traffic Operations Engineer with the Florida Department of Transportation.
An all-around good guy. Greg Stewart with the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization. I'm joined by Bill Cross, who I guess, are you going to press the button?
I will press the button,
Thank
yes.
you. Also known as Vanna White for this. Sorry.
Thank you.
I think you need some levity after a long day. I'm just kind of feeling that here. All right, so Mark and I are going to, I guess, talk back and forth on what our agencies do. But, basics. And let's start. Some of you know what an MPO is. Others of you probably have no earthly clue, and that's a good thing. The Metropolitan Planning Organization, we are one of about 425 in the nation. We are actually considered one of the larger MPOs in the nation, and we do a lot of work between the federal government, the state government, and ultimately the local governments. And there's 33 local governments that make up our board. You can next. Actually, go back for 1 second. I apologize because this is something that's important. Every time you go and put gas in your car, a percentage of that is a tax. And it is not your county tax that we're referring to, it's your federal tax. So that money rolls up to Washington, D.C., comes back to Tallahassee at 95 cents at a minimum, and then rolls to the Broward MPO at about half that percentage. So that is where a lot of the federal money, whether it's for 595, I-95, 75, our arterials, and some other local projects, that's where that money is coming from. So this to share with you, there is some significant issues with the Highway Trust Fund, which is how we're funded. It is actually something, I was in Washington, D.C. since Saturday, and I got back last night. There is conversation to actually deal with the gas tax solvency, which it has not been changed since 1983, and the federal tax is not indexed. There is a proposal on the Republican side of the House to deal with a 5-cent per year increase for 5 years to raise it to 25 cents, and then index that gas tax. I was surprised at the conversations coming out of Environmental and Public Works on the Senate side that was a proposal. Bill. When we talk about the MPO board and its makeup, that's the boardroom. Basically, we have 31 municipal governments. We have the school board and then 5 county commissioners. 1 represents Tri-Rail, and those folks actually vote on policy decisions. The budget is typically about $1 billion a year. Next, please. It's an independent organization. It is not staffed by anybody but staff directly from the organization. We are actually nationally recognized. I have the great luxury, along with my vice chair, on sitting on multiple national boards. The reason I was in Washington is I'm representing the National Association of Regional Councils as an elected member, as well as the American Metropolitan Planning Organization as an elected member to them in Washington, D.C. So our influence is a little bit different than most other MPOs in the state of Florida. I'm only one of 5 other members in the nation. We go do congressional testimony on how the system is working and what it means to each of our areas. I also not only represent Florida, but Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama. It's a great joy. Next, please. So what is our role? So why does this exist? So obviously, when I was talking to you about federal monies come down and get prioritized by the MPO and ultimately implemented by our implementing partners, we do not build anything, and I'm really grateful. One day you will probably be in that same boat as you develop up as a board and you move forward, because it's a lot easier to go, hey, these guys didn't do this. The big picture with it is we also are responsible for the state budget. So no state gas tax monies or transportation monies can be approved without going through the MPO. We work closely with our partners at District 4 and Mark's group specifically on a lot of the TSMNO, and we'll get into that conversation later. We obviously work with our partners to set that vision, and Cynthia Chambers might remember that from a long time ago. Congratulations on being retired. It's awesome. I'm sorry I didn't make your party. We work with partners to implement projects, and we have a whole wing of folks that 7 staff members that are just busy following about $300 million worth of transportation projects, because I'm going to tell you right now, it is a lot easier to build a highway. It is a lot easier to build an interchange than it is to put sidewalks in a residential neighborhood. And it actually takes a lot of effort to coordinate that type of input going on. So our friends at the Department of Transportation, who is our implementing wing, ends up having a lot of issues that we have to come in and work together with the homeowners associations, with the school, or with the board members of the community, and so that moves forward. As you can see, we have a great mission and vision statement because everybody should have one. They're pretty succinct and clear. Our board knows this is why they're there, and their purpose is to actually select and move forward with projects. Core product-wise, this is actually a requirement for us to receive federal dollars here in Southeast Florida. We must have a metropolitan transportation plan. Some of you may have heard that referred to as a long-range transportation plan. We're trying to bring our nomenclature similar to the rest of the nation. We have multimodal priorities lists, and that is how the Department of Transportation actually moves forward through their work program, and this is something that you'll get an education on over time. You develop 5-year work programs to actually implement projects from design to construction. It takes multiple years for planning and so forth, and these are things you're going to have to deal with the Surtax. Then we have a transportation improvement program, and that is our capital budget. That budget is about $1 billion a year. It's $5.3 billion in total. And every year we've been adding another $1 billion to that budget with federal and state money. We've been very fortunate. When I first got into the job, the budget on the capital side was much, much lower. Go back one quick second. I want to look at the Unified Planning Work Program. That's also our administrative budget. That's about $11 million a year. As a percentage of the total budget, we are under 10% when it comes to staffing on actually administering that type of money. So that's one of those things that the federal government looks to us and says, wow, that's pretty cool that you're able to do that. And then we have a strategic business plan, which guides basically all of our various programs. And there's some other issues that have come up with that. And this is all enveloped in a public participation plan, which the board just adopted a new one today. Every 5 years we go forward with that. And actually, this is another nationally recognized program. Our friends in Atlanta, the Atlanta Regional Commission, adopted our public participation program. It's called Speak Up Broward. Many of you may have heard of it. If you haven't, it was very successful in its efforts because it ultimately was advocating for a sales tax here in Broward for transportation. And I think that you wouldn't be seated here today if it hadn't been successful. Next. So the funding process is pretty straightforward. We plan, review, prioritize, and then fund. You're going to have very similar aspects that you're going to be looking at as a board, as an oversight committee, and all the factors that go into planning. It's not that easy. It's not that simple because it's easy to say, you know what should be here is a turn lane. But getting the public to agree to a turn lane, making sure that the ADA requirements are met, making sure that there's that priority that has actually happened. Then you go into reviewing the project and saying, okay, well, this is a very important project, but then how does it rank with all other projects? And we basically have 850 projects in our MTP that we're looking to fund, and that leads to thousands of other projects that actually come out along the pipeline. Ultimately, the prioritization happens at the MPO. We, as technical staff, make recommendations to our elected officials as policy board makers. Those policy board makers can say, Greg, I don't think I like this too much, and change priorities as they see fit. That is their role. And then ultimately, they are funded, and we fund out in the 5th year. So there's something very important to recognize in your situation versus the situation that most of the area is used to. We go out in the 5th year and say we have money available in the 5th year. In the 3rd year, we say, all right, there's design money for that. And then the 1st year, you're under construction. In the case of the sales tax, you're actually dealing with money in the 1st year. So money is going to become available in February, well, a little bit after February 1st, 2020. And that will actually be, what, 100 and, Gretchen, it's 120 million, 130 million? Yeah, in 20, I'm sorry, for the municipal projects.
Yeah, there's more than 120 million
Yeah,
in the
total,
municipal
but-
projects.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's going to be an interesting dynamic because typically you're used to planning, you actually do the design work, and then you get to construction. It takes 5 years to get to construction. In this case, you're going to have cash flow immediately. Next, please. Our Metropolitan Transportation Plan is called Commitment 2045. That's something to really recognize as well, because what we are telling the public is we have this money and we are committed to spending it in this fashion. Of that, you can see the billions of dollars in that purple area. That's our roadway network. And that's how much we are obligated to spend on the roadway because of restrictions on the money. Our local fund, or most flexible funds, is that small little green spot. And then our next on transit capital is that blue area. And then the balance is basically all roadway and highway construction. So whenever somebody says we want to build a great transit system, one of the reasons why it's so important to have the sales taxes, there was not enough money in the transit component to fund a robust transit project here in Broward without a sales tax. And this is really the important factor. We do have money for roads. We have a needs assessment call for projects that we did as part of the MTP. You can see on your own that there's over 800 projects that were received. This was separate from the sales tax effort. And some of the projects overlap, some of them don't. We've been working with Gretchen as the executive director of this committee and her legal counsel to actually deal with the overlap, and then the areas where there is not overlap, because this is a much more complicated process than any one person will recognize. And over time, I think you will learn that it will give you a great big headache. Next, please. Public outreach side, that enveloping thing, we have the Speak Up Broward program. Again, the Atlanta Regional Commission, Atlanta borrowed it, and they call it Atlanta Speaks. They've been very successful in sales tax efforts as well. We have Walk to School Days, Think Like a Planner, Track and Ride. By the way, that is where we're taking, more of like a STEM program, where we're bringing a lot of underprivileged and minorities into the engineering and mathematical program to start actually getting them into the engineering programs of the future. And then we also have Construction Career Days, which we do together with our partners at the Florida Department of Transportation out in Davie. And we actually bring in students and say, hey, this is how you design a street. And what type of things would you like to see on a street? So we're actually bringing up that next generation, I'm part of that silver tsunami and looking forward to my ride into shore. But that said, there's a lot of other folks that need to be following up, and so we need to get there. Next, please. Mode neutral is a very interesting paradigm shift because we are very much used to moving cars. Mark does a great job when it comes to ensuring that the cars are moving, but we actually do move people. And that is a conversation that we all must be having, because moving people doesn't just mean moving your vehicle. There was a pedestrian accident 2 nights ago that I got emailed on while I was up in Washington. It was an older gentleman walking across from a raw oyster bar that's down there by 17th Street. I can't remember the name of it right now. Southport. And man walked in front of a stopped car because he was at a stop sign, and the car barreled into him. That's not moving people in the direction we were hoping. So there's a lot of conversations that we need to have, and understanding that moving people isn't just about automobile traffic. We will be building roads and continue to. However, those roads need to be part of a larger system and integration. The disruptors that we're seeing right now, which is actually the technology side, one of the conversations I had with USDOT is, soon to be, cars are going to be traveling within 5 inches of each other in all directions. That is the platooning side of things, and I'm going to tell you that's going to be something that is going to be very disruptive to people like us who are used to controlling our vehicle and going in any direction we feel. And that will be a very brave new world on our roadway network. We're very fortunate that the sales tax has built in a component to allow for technology expansion, and that's going to be an area that, as the MPO working together with Broward County and FDOT, we're going to be looking to do a lot of. Fiber, and no, it's not in your breakfast food. It is the thing that's going to be necessary to actually deal with the AV vehicles of the future, and this is going to be something that I suggest that each and every one of you consider as projects come through, to make sure that we are preparing ourselves and our children for that next generation of transportation. Because whether it's a bus or a train or a car or a sidewalk or a motor scooter or a little rollerblade situation, all of those things will be functioning on our roadway network. Next, please. The objectives of the MTP is pretty straightforward. You got mobility and safety. You've got equity, and equity is a huge issue for us. We look and figure where we're making federal and state investments in communities. Broward enjoys one of the great opportunities that we are a minority community. But that said, there are still those who are unequal even within the majority of the minorities that we offer. So an environmental justice and equity issue is everything that we guide, and so we look to projects and then measure, are we providing socioeconomic things that are necessary to actually move projects forward? Are we dealing with minority issues to make sure people can get to food, to education, to healthcare? All of those things come factored as we kind of deal with funding. This might be an area where you might be looking at. We'll be happy to provide support as necessary. Next, please. Equity assessment and methodology framework, that's pretty straightforward as well. I think you have this PowerPoint presentation and materials. If not, we'll ensure the executive director and her legal team provide that to you. We're obviously available to actually go into the different areas. The investment side assessment, we're going to have a little bit more discussion on the lending programs that we actually administer for transportation projects, but I'm going to keep going, please. Our transportation improvement, which is our capital projects program, that is basically the $1 billion a year. It's $5 billion over time. Next. $5.2 billion, 532 projects are all listed within the transportation improvement program. So what we're going to be working with Gretchen and her team as well is balancing out what projects we can move forward with federal funds, additional federal funds, because with federal funds come federal regulations. There are other projects we may want to localize and add different regulations to, different years. That's going to be a conversation I'm sure that we're going to be having together, and then with you all as well as the MPO. Next. We have every Twitter handle possible and social media aspect. One of my favorite is actually Instagram. If you do have those apps, please follow us, but you'll be able to see more than you probably ever wanted. And before I end, we're actually hosting a summit in Miami-Dade this year. We do one every year. We rotate them between the 3 counties. Myself and Bill, this 5 years, we are responsible for the Southeast Florida Transportation Council. That is the 3 MPOs, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach. And we prioritize all the regional projects that transfer between the communities, which includes a lot of the managed lanes network. We are actually building a network of managed lanes throughout the whole county, and then into Miami-Dade all the way down to Homestead and up to West Palm Beach at the point. So you're going to be seeing a lot of innovation coming out of the 3 of us, and each one of them are jealous that we passed a sales tax at 1 penny. So this is a really great opportunity for all of us to shine, again, with our partners to the north and south and show them how we can actually deliver projects. And with that, I'm done.
Does anyone have any questions or? Yes.
I'm drowning a little bit in acronyms.
You will.
The mobility assessment program is the Surtax, right? And the transportation improvement program,
Is not the
CIP, is not. It's the 5-year plan of the MPO.
Correct.
Right, which we used to be on. So I just want to be sure that, so MAP is Surtax.
We are referring to the Surtax plan as the Mobility Advancement Program.
Advancement, not
Yes.
right, mobility
I
advancement.
kind of like it. It's snappy. I like MAP. It's good.
Thanks.
Okay.
Greg,
Bottom
we
up.
Yes,
we
go ahead, Doug.
talked earlier about our new role and what you guys have been doing. And I assume by your smiles that we're going to get a lot closer than we ever have, I hope, because it looks.
That's the desire. We're kind of getting married and not by a shotgun, so that's not a bad thing. But the big picture with this is it's not just the MPO and the DOT that are moving into this. It's all of us getting it in together and actually moving forward.
Not overlapping, which is.
Well, that's the desire. It would be not necessarily productive for all of us if you had the same, you had a series of people, that we have a series of people, that they have a series of people. Let's try to streamline the processes and take advantage.
Like our city. We don't want to pave it and dig it up the next day and repave it again.
Worst feeling in the world for me, looking at the investment of federal dollars.
Do you guys have any contractual agreements that you have to coordinate, or are you just going to coordinate?
There's federal law. We have contractual, yes. Federal law says we must work together. There's actually federal law that says the county and the MPO must work together too, but the sales tax is a little bit different.
Mr. Allen?
We actually like to work together too, so there's a mandate, but we enjoy working together.
Yeah, we do, even in traffic.
Craig, can I get
Yeah,
just a quick question?
Nice to meet you.
Has the MPO taken a position as it relates to project-specific funding versus allocation of percentage based on population?
The MPO entered into an agreement with the county to do not percentage allocation, but project-specific direction. We do have member governments that appear to be heading in a little bit of a different direction, or at least requesting it. My recommendation to the board, as well as our member governments, is the process that was selected by the voters is the process we're planning on moving forward with. I understand the desire to have percentage allocation, and but that ship, in my opinion, has sailed. But I'll leave that up to Gretchen, because this again goes back to the county side. It's not up to the MPO to make that decision.
Yeah, sure.
So if I interpreted correctly, the slice of the pie that you had up there and the one chart that was less, you don't have to put it up necessarily, but it said less than 1% of I think it was like the 10-year plan was for, biking, walking, those sorts of things, and the rest was all for roads. So can that change at all with the surtax, but also just with where things are going and people staying more localized and there being more of an urban core now that people want to stay within? Do you guys see yourselves being able, and also have you had dollars just locked up that you'd want to spend on those projects but you're just not able to?
No, that's green. So we have C-SLIP funding, that green area that you're focusing on, that we've actually created the Complete Streets and Localized Initiatives program, and that's about $35 million a year we give away to help build sidewalk project, bike lane projects, community projects, as well as infrastructure for our traffic control devices to help pedestrians as well as vehicles move more smoothly. But that's the most flexible money we have, and that's that focus. However, that big purple thing is basically everybody loves the interstate highway system. I'm sorry, it's just the reality of it. And that interstate highway system is constantly evolving, and we must fund that because everybody does get on that. However, where we're most concerned and where Mark and I have, had the most wonderful conversations is what happens with the arterials as you come onto the interstate highway system, because that's where the backups, minus the construction side, are really occurring. And so how we focus that is going to be important. And then your last mile connections, which is that green box, is really what I think you're referring to. So we do have more money, but with the sales tax, hopefully there will even be more. I would love to see from $35 million to $100 million a year going into projects that will help create better mobility for our citizens.
And then for instance, the one-way pair project that you were talking about for Andrews and 3rd Avenue, you can combine bike lanes with the road project and get a bigger bang for your buck.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be, when we come back to talk to you about prioritization, I think next month we are actually adopting or beginning to introduce the projects and priorities, and that is actually one of those that rose to the top, given the criteria the board had. But if you really think about the one-way pairing in downtown Fort Lauderdale, and you look at the signal phasing, which I'm going to turn to Mark on, we go from 9 phases to 2 phases, I believe, on a one-way pair, which incredibly opens up traffic in downtown. And, there's a capacity issue that will be developing as these new units come online. So, that allows for other modes as well, because when you take the real estate and you realize you can actually have some of that roadway real estate for a dedicated bus lane or whatever the technology may be, and bikes and pedestrians, then all of a sudden you just create a very different environment. That said, I wouldn't suggest that everywhere because, again, it shouldn't be one size fit all.
Any other questions? Thanks a lot, Greg. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, and thank you, by the way.
Oh, you're presenting now, right?
Yeah, yes.
I have hardly said anything so far. So
but before he
maybe
goes,
that's a good thing.
Before he goes, I just want to thank you all for moving your meeting away from our Thursdays. because this was a heck of a day. You know, Brownie, I guess is how it started. George Bush said that once. This was an incredible lift just for me to show up today here. So I appreciate that Bill was here. But, you know, Mark's boss, District Secretary O'Reilly, and I were sitting in a hall for the last hour and a half talking about the multitudes of projects and things that we're having to deal with. So, you know, if you could not have him on the second Thursday of the month, thank you.
It's the fourth Wednesday.
Yeah, I know, that's going to be awesome.
I'm sorry?
But that to me is like, that's the manna from heaven, so thanks.
Good.
Mark.
How much time do I have? I know there's a thing with the ID badges here, so.
I also wanted to just remind all of you, while we didn't talk about it earlier, I did invite the MPO and FDOT to come and make a presentation at your next meeting, because hopefully by then we'll have some prioritization, a little bit more information, and hopefully our interlocal agreement done. And I was really hoping our traffic engineering folks could talk to you with Mark about some of the things that we're doing on a synchronization and active arterial management. So I wanted them to be here in case you had other things that you wanted them to talk about, but they are going to come back and make a more robust presentation at your next meeting.
So I guess it's at your discretion, Mark.
Well, I love to talk, so I can talk for as long as you guys would have me talk.
Well, not that much discretion.
All right,
We'll be here
at any
till-
rate, so I'm, okay, I'll talk fast. So, again, my name is Mark Plass. I work for the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm the District Traffic Operations Engineer. I've been here since 1990. Prior to DOT, I was a traffic engineer for the city of Green Bay in Wisconsin. So although I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, you can say you met someone from Green Bay today. The Florida DOT is divided into geographic zones called districts, and so the office that I work in is known as District 4, which is Broward, Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County. The Florida DOT has about an $11 billion a year work program. Our work program here in District 4 is about $1 billion a year. What DOT very generally does is it plans, designs, constructs, operates, and maintains the transportation system. Most major arterials are on the state highway system and under our jurisdiction. The interstate system is as well, and there's a separate Department of Transportation district called the Turnpike Enterprise that oversees all tolled facilities. DOT has about 6,500 people. We have about 800 people in District 4. Since about 1992, DOT has cut its staff roughly in half statewide, and we've increased our work program by 500%. DOT is a very efficient state agency. Florida DOT is recognized nationally as being extremely innovative in what we do. One of the areas that we're going to bring value to this overall initiative here with the sales tax is we're very good at developing and delivering projects. We can provide a lot of focused advice on how to do that. Another thing, as Greg noted, that we are very good at now is technology. And I think fundamental to the transportation issues that Broward County is facing is the arterial system and how you control traffic on the arterial system. Gretchen noted at some point we'd be making a presentation on this. This goes under the acronym of Transportation System Management and Operation. This is a federally sponsored program. The Florida DOT is a national leader in this. This district is a leader in the state of Florida, particularly in partnering with local agencies to enhance arterial control. The Florida Department of Transportation does not operate or maintain traffic signals directly. It's done locally. In Broward County, it's done by Broward County Traffic Engineering. And we've had a long and fruitful partnership with them. But fundamental, I think, to what can be done through the sales tax investments and what is currently being done by the department and the county is to move our arterial control into the 21st century, to take advantage of new technology, and not only to take advantage of new technology to move cars, but to move transit vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists as safely and effectively as possible. We understand that, at some point, we're going to be in an environment in which some higher level of autonomous vehicles are going to be operating. There's a lot of uncertainty about that, but this is something else that we'll be talking to you guys about on a regular basis, as well as something known as connected vehicles. And in fact, you'll probably hear a lot of those connected autonomous vehicles. You're going to hear that a lot probably during your tenure. This is a new and very exciting thing in transportation. I think another area that the department is becoming increasingly focused on is pedestrian and bicycle safety. We're doing a lot of research regarding that, how best to identify areas with safety deficiencies and how best to address those. One of the golden threads in all of this is our arterial control system, by the way. And I think over the course of time, it would be my desire to help educate this group in what exactly is traffic management, what really is the future of autonomous and connected vehicles, so we can have meaningful and focused discussions on those and make good investment decisions on that as well. Broward County, just so you know, has a traffic signal system. There's about 1,800 traffic signals in it. Green Bay had 90 when I was there, by the way, so they're slightly different size systems. But the Broward system is undergoing pretty much a continuous process of modernization, and we're at a point now where we really have a lot of possibilities of what we can do with arterial control through the signals to really make a positive difference in the county here. And one of the beauties of this is that you're not necessarily having to add physical capacity to roadways. There's a lot less appetite to do this. I think whether it's on the state highway system or off the state system, it's very expensive and very disruptive to widen roadways. And so we're in a position now where we're asking ourselves, we have a network. The network provides mobility. That's a utility, just like FP&L's network provides the utility of electricity. How do we best manage that network? How do we best manage traffic of all modes on that network to enhance mobility? And this is something that has been really fundamental to what my office is doing. We partner a lot with the county, with Greg and his staff to do this, and I really see that what you have here is an opportunity through the resources you will be overseeing to expand that here in Broward County. So that's my nutshell spiel.
Doug?
Where does FDOT get their money? I assume it's gas tax, right?
Yeah, we
And how
get.
do you distribute that back to the districts? What's the basis for determining which district gets what?
All I can tell you is it's done through some system of formulas.
Yeah, I can actually, I'll hit that
Yeah,
one.
I'm going to pass this to Greg.
Yeah, that's on my side of the table. It's lane miles, it's done by population, and it's done by mass, land mass. So there's a series of formulas that actually calculate the percentage, and it's done differently for federal dollars, it's differently for state gas tax, it's differently done for just various discretionary funds. But Broward actually gets a very large portion. The only negative that it has been, and we have been taking care of that slowly over the last decade, is we've never really had a backlog of projects to build. So now the more projects we can get into the pipeline, the more likely we'll capture more money. But the state DOT actually has a very robust formula. We get a very large share, and we can even capture more
But you
as this goes
give
forward.
a lot too, right?
We give out because we don't have the projects, or in several cases, we had a project and there was political change or decisions were made that then, make other decisions happen, so then bad investment ultimately. And that goes to Destin.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. April.
Mark and I both, we can even present, I'm sorry. Hopefully, maybe we can even show, because we received a federal grant several years ago for a TSMNO for I-95. And we're working right now, we're waiting, hopefully in the next week or so, for another grant for actually downtown Fort Lauderdale, the core area here, to actually do that next level of signalization in our core.
That'd be great. Thank you. All right. Should we adjourn? Or do we have more business? Or is there any other comments from any?
Yeah,
Just a comment. As I said, I was not part of the, selection committee, but I just want to thank the staff at Broward County, because you have been extraordinary in keeping me in the loop about some of the things that are happening ahead of time. And just the counseling and the guidance and support that you're giving us here today has been invaluable. And so I just wanted to extend our gratitude.
Here, here. Doug.
in respect to this 10% thing, when is that decision going to be made? Because if it's going to be made before next meeting, we're not done.
Okay.
He does.
I doubt very seriously, I really cannot say, but I doubt very seriously that anything will happen until after our board has had its retreat on March 15th, and until we are a little bit farther along in our negotiations with the MPO. However, that does not in any way preclude you from communicating with them prior to that.
Mr. Allen?
I would make a motion then to authorize our chair to execute a letter, if necessary, to the board expressing our opposition to a per capita distribution instead of a project ranking.
Amend that, take out the if necessary.
Well, I didn't want to raise
Man,
the...
you are tough. You're like, he's the pit bull, man. Okay. You made a second to his motion?
I second it with that amendment, take out the if
Well,
necessary.
allow me to write it, okay, or Gretchen and I to write it first. Okay, we got a second, all those in favor? Right, that was a motion, correct?
Well,
No.
I don't know, but what's the language
did
though?
we get a
Because if it's
second?
not clear,
Yeah.
I want to make sure.
Do you want us to bring it back? I mean,
Oh, well, at least share it by
don't have
email
time
or
to bring it back.
something.
We have to
I want to
do that.
make sure that whatever I'm
Huh?
voting on, I'm really truly aware of
Yeah.
the language, the context.
So what the motion is for the executive director and the chair to draft a letter from this body to the Board of County Commissioners expressing this body's opposition to a change in how the transportation surtax funds would be utilized, opposing the
10%.
Population-based distribution.
Right. That's the motion. So there are at least a few municipalities that are pushing for a change from the project-based distribution of the surtax funds that was approved by the voters to a per capita, so that each municipality gets a percentage of the municipal portion, the 10%, based on their population rather than the projects. And what the motion is that this body would oppose changing it to that per capita distribution for municipalities. Does that make sense?
And Mr. Chair, I think we would just send it out to all of you before it was distributed to the board to make sure that if you had any concerns or edits or suggestions.
You can even call for a vote in that email.
No, you cannot.
You cannot.
No,
And you
not
can't
the way we do
respond
it.
to each other. So if you
No.
receive email.
Don't copy
Don't
all.
do that.
Right, no. So if you receive an email, you'll probably receive it as blind copied each, so that you can't reply to all. You can just reply to the sender.
if you have
Because
any
you cannot
suggestions.
communicate with each other via email. So the emails that would come from the county should come to you separately, so that you can't reply to each other.
Truthfully, you'll have already acted on this, and so, I'm not as concerned about a violation of sunshine. You have already taken a formal action in the sunshine to do this. It's just editing, but I would, I think it's very easy for us to distribute that letter to each of you prior to sharing it with the board.
I'm not comfortable voting on something thinking that you may change it. If it's minor, if it's not, why can't we just vote
It would be
on what we said
non-substantive.
Yeah.
and leave it at that and
Yeah.
send it out and it is what
Yeah.
it is?
I'm-
But no, I don't like, I'm not comfortable voting on something that other members may be sending you changes.
I'm also uncomfortable voting on it too, because I think it's too early in the game. I don't know that we're aware of everything that we need to be aware of, and we're voting, I think, somewhat in the dark. So I really think it should be
Hold on,
tabled.
hold on, Doug. George wanted to speak.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's quite all right. My question was actually getting to what Anthea was getting to. Is this ripe for a letter? It doesn't, I think that's a legitimate question. Does it require intervention at this point, or should we allow for it
There's
to
no way
play
for
out?
me to actually respond to that, but what I can tell you is it depends on what you consider ripe. So have cities taken action? Yes. Are there city attorneys that are trying to get additional cities to take this same action? Yes. Does that necessarily mean that it's ripe? I can't speak to you about that. I mean, that's something that you all have to individually judge for yourselves. If you want to just communicate your concern about it to the county commission now, that's fine.
I think voicing, so, Chair.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. Doug wanted to say something, and then Phil,
Go
and
ahead.
then you.
Okay.
Are you okay
Thank-
with that?
thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead, Doug.
I think this comes to the heart of the whole charge that we have, which is helping develop a countywide transportation system. And this is something that goes against what the voters voted for. I just would like to let the commission know that this body, I hope, does not support changing the ground rules just because some city, whoever it is, or cities want to change. I don't think it's the benefit of the county as a whole. That's why I think it's a letter saying we're not for it.
Mr. Allen.
I just think they need to know it, that's all.
Well, I agree. I think it goes to the crust of our assignment, which is to shepherd and to watch over these funds on behalf of the people who voted for this. And I think that goes back to, I mean, we need to take I'm recommending we take a strong position now relative to making sure that we blunt this in this beginning. Otherwise, we're going to start to lose direction in the long run. It's our first meeting, and I think to send the message back that we take this charge very seriously. And there's a meeting on the 15th, a workshop, and the board going to be discussing it at that point in time.
Yes.
Possibly.
Yes.
And that was the basis for why we do it now instead of waiting for later.
Go ahead.
You
Okay.
made it as a motion?
Do you want to say anything else, Ms. Pinot?
I just still feel a little uncomfortable about it. I want to stay consistent with what the voters want, but without understanding the basis for these cities putting forth this recommendation, I don't understand. Maybe it's based on needs, if it's a per capita thing.
So,
I don't think I understand
let me
clearly
try-
their basis for doing that.
Speaking for the municipalities is going to, obviously, I am doing my best to represent what has been expressed publicly by the cities in meetings that I've attended, which is it's a level of certainty. So the same reason why the county entered into an interlocal agreement with the cities to guarantee them that minimum annual guarantee of at least 10% annually in revenues was the same reason why they're going back to requesting a population-based distribution. There is a concern from the cities that they don't have adequate time to plan their capital improvement programs. If they don't find out what projects are going to get funded until March of any given year, and then those projects are going to start in October of that year. And so that was the whole reason why we heard that, and we completely understand that and feel that it is a justifiable concern. That's one of the reasons why we went back to our staff and to our county administrator and said, I think we need to come up with 5- and 10-year plans to bring to the oversight board so that there is a level of certainty for all of us about when projects are going to be delivered over a period of time and how much the revenue streams that these municipalities could expect over a particular period of time. And because that is not in the ordinance right now, because that it has not been formalized, and those are just things that we're talking about and hoping that we might be able to come to an agreement about, I think there are cities that are still concerned. They would rather have certainty. They want to know exactly how much money they're going to get every single year.
And my concern with that is that at times, not all cities are equal, but so you're getting a certain amount of money every year. We're asking as a county to pony up your plans. Whatever your projects are, tell us what they are, and it'll go into a 5-year, 10-year slot, correct? And then we're going to find a way to fund them based on that, on what we're providing for all the cities, okay? What worries me is they don't come up with a project, they start collecting cash, and we're representing the voters, and I'm not certain that the money doesn't get spent or it gets spent on something else. Or I really prefer that there's one body working together as a community and that the other cities are working with the county, but the whole thing is coming through an oversight. And that's what we were asked to do. So it's almost like rather than being negative and say let's vote against moving it to a population-based program, maybe we just support staying the course and doing it on a project-by-project program. But either way, I do agree that we need to send out some sort of a message that speaks to the way we see it conceptually as a oversight committee.
And mention the 5-year plan, the 10-year plan, and it's consistent with looking at the whole.
Yes.
What the voters wanted.
I'd like to add that not all municipalities were supportive of this change to a per capita distribution. There are some municipalities that oppose that because while they may not have a larger population like some of the smaller municipalities to the east, but they generate a lot of the tourism dollars.
That's right.
So this is a sales tax, and where are the majority of the taxes generated? Sunrise and the Sawgrass Mills Mall, or Lauderdale by the Sea, Lauderdale by the Sea may be a smaller municipality and wouldn't have the larger population base, but generates a lot of sales tax revenue from tourism.
Right.
So they're different interests to balance when it comes to this, and so the project by project basis and the way that it's all been laid out around the entire county will ensure that the projects and the funds are distributed where needed, where the priorities are throughout the county.
Right.
And
Okay.
A motion just has to pass by a majority, is that correct?
That's right.
that's correct.
Okay, so we want to call the vote. All those, we had a second from Doug.
Okay, I heard an amended motion, though.
I amended Phil's just to take out if necessary, that's all I amended.
Okay.
Then we've
Phil.
added some stuff.
But are we doing the in favor of leaving it the same or in opposition? I think that was the difference.
Yeah,
We don't have to be in opposition, we're supportive of what it's done, let's
Do you
continue
want to
on.
support the vision that's been set forth?
With the 5 and 10-year plan.
Can you restate your motion, Phil?
Just give the authority to Gretchen working on behalf of the chair to send a letter to the Board of County Commissioners stating the board's
Microphone?
stating the board's support for the way the allocation was based on project-specific criteria rather than a population-based formula. So, I mean, I'm
Excellent.
giving
Yep.
credence to the
That's
positive
right.
side
And then reminding of yes. You got a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, unanimous. All right, is there any more?
I have one other very brief request. If you are contacted by a member of the media, we would request that you coordinate that through us. So if, just so that there's consistency, okay? Right now, the way that we deal with advisory board, press inquiries and things of that nature, if you can speak to a member of the media, feel free, but just let us know about it, keep us informed, and if there are questions about the process or anything like that, if you would just send them to me, I would appreciate it.
Okay. All right, if there's no other business, can we get a motion to adjourn? All right, meeting's adjourned.